I'm good. I'm feeling a lot better. I was not very well for the last week, but now I feel much better.
Oh, I upgraded on my singing now. I can do all kinds of crazy stuff now.
What, even more crazy?
Yeah, watch this.
I want a hard priest.
That's from when Lupin came on there. He called Father Charles a soft priest.
I think has Father Charles taken his channel down?
I don't know. He said I asked him. He said he took a lot of those videos down to make room for new videos.
All right. Oh, that's okay.
Like this.
Oh dear.
The gang's all here. 50-year-old.
Yes, I've been watching a bit of AJ has put some show on. Yeah. So.
But I'm glad you're feeling better now.
Yeah, thank you. I feel a bit bad for a few days, but you know.
That's good.
Yeah, so what you been doing?
Not so much. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have more here. I got crazy Mark. Look.
Hey Bubby, what day is it today?
It's Friday!
You having a good day?
Curses pain! Curses! Curses, shut up. I can handle it. I know what I'm doing.
Wavelength you're coming on. I'll put up the Dukes. Let's fight, Lupin. Let's go. Me and you, buddy, in the ring right now at SummerSlam, brother.
RESTECP.
RESTE. I saw one you did, not Big Bad Mama, but it sounded something like that. Big Bad. You just put one up?
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah. Yes, I can't remember the name, but I saw that. I gave it a tick.
Also got the Friday one. It was funny. What you been doing?
Just, nothing much, but just nothing exciting, you know.
What if, what would you do if
in another dimension I was married to Missing Maud?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I would just get used to a tall woman. She's very tall, I think. Yeah, so...
You think... I don't know what happened for our Charles show. There's one day we were on there. Things went poof. And then the next day he erased most of his videos.
I don't know. Maybe he's had some problems with the YouTube.
I don't know. Is that weird? That just blow your mind.
Or any, copyright if you play different things. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Yeah. Do you think he erased all of them? I just looked. Oh no.
Maybe just temporary. You can put them back up.
Oh,
is MM here? Is Missing Maud in the chat?
Yeah, she's in the chat.
Oh, good. Hello, Missing Maud.
Oh, now I can help up to 9 guests now.
Whoa. It really is an upgrade. Yeah.
Yeah. Up to 9 guests.
Mm-hmm.
Is that crazy?
Has the big bad mama been around today? Or is he away walking?
Saturdays. I think he's been busy walking and stuff.
Yeah, he does a lot of walking.
Yeah. Do you think? No. Oh, you know, do you hear about Ken Hovel tried to dox Big Bad Mama?
No, what happened?
As it goes on Whack at Aces, he mentioned his Big Bad Mama name and all that, his real name, I guess. Or some name.
Well.
Oh, and you know, it was crazy when Lupin was on here. That the other day he was on Fire Charles show.
Oh.
He called Fire Charles a soft priest. That was so funny. Like,
dear.
Like Mark says, you want the hard priest.
Yes, you made a thing that was very funny.
But I'm glad you feel better.
Yeah, thank you.
Where are you now? Are you still in Australia?
Singapore. Yes. So you know what time it's Singapore? It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Yes.
Is it Sunday there?
Sunday morning too, yeah. I think it's Saturday where you are.
Yeah.
Contacted. Yeah. Sunday 2 in the morning. Yeah. So I'm going to be there for a while. So
on business.
Yes, some little things to have to do. So.
Are you a businessman?
Yeah. It's always interesting to be in some different countries. Yeah.
Wow. You ever been to Japan?
No, I haven't. No.
I heard if you go to Japan, a lot of times you get gazetto tax.
You get what?
Gazetto tax.
Oh, gazetto tax. Yes, well, I think the Japanese have interesting food. Yeah, very nice food.
Oh. Do they have... do you ever been to China?
No, I haven't been to China. No.
They have good food.
Yeah, funnily enough, they have Chinese food. Yeah. Yeah. Which is,
you ever been to the UK?
Yes, I've been to the UK.
Well, I'm
because
going.
You're going, aren't you? You're going for a holiday.
Yeah. To visit a friend, go to London where the bridges are falling down.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. Yeah.
You ever been to the London where the bridges are falling down?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Would you ever sing London Bridges falling down, falling down?
Yeah, I never sing it, but I know, yeah. Falling down, yes, I know the song. Yeah.
Well, do you know that guy Joseph?
No, I don't
Kent's
know.
tech guy.
All right.
He had his own show on Steven's channel now.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, good when people have their own shows. Interesting.
He's the one. As I talked to on the show before, on the comments before. He called you a troll. He said he was trying to give you a chance, I guess, he said. He said that. Crazy.
Yeah, well, I don't really comment on the Hoven channels.
Was it time I think when he was on I forgot. It's been a while, but yeah. Would you like it if Kent debates Aiden?
Yes, that would be very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. If you had a chance to talk to Kent without any censorship, and he can't run, what would you say to him?
Oh, I just mainly, I've decided, not to be too mean. I would just like to talk to him about his science qualifications and things like that. And does he really believe that he knows more about science than some of the experts? And I'd like to talk about, maybe he could be less hard on some of his volunteers and things. We could talk about that. And I wish he would just admit when he is wrong, and everybody would just move on. Yeah. But he's usually never wrong. So
Would you ask him about the evolution of Texas?
yes.
That was funny. But this is what Mr. Mod said. What if you want a hard boss?
What's that? A hard
Boss.
Where does she say that? Where can I read?
Right here. I'll put up here for you.
What if you want a hard boss? Oh, right. Yes, that's a good point. Yeah.
Do you want a hard boss?
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
What do you play, what is the game? Baseball, is it?
Yeah.
Is there also softball? Do they also call it softball? What if you want to play hardball?
Then I guess you play hardball.
What if want to play softballs or hardballs?
What if they play tall balls?
Claude ball. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets scratched.
Oh no. Do you think? Well, the other day, Aiden got in a bit discussion with Mark Reed.
All right.
Over if you disprove a theory, you have to have another one to take its place. Mark Reed disagrees, and Aiden agrees. Yeah.
Well, if you disprove a theory, I don't know that you No, you don't have to have another one to take its place, because the answer might be you just don't know. So, but if you can disprove something, if you can say this is definitely wrong, it doesn't mean you know what is actually right.
Wow.
Yet,
Yeah. What if they
That's
have?
my feeling.
And he said, "Here's a way you could disprove evolution," but Aiden says, "No way you could disprove evolution." Like
Yeah,
they say,
I don't think you can either. But I think if you did disprove it, it doesn't mean you have to know what happened instead.
Yeah. Mark Reed said if you find a skeleton in the wrong place, like a fossil, that would disprove evolution, like the theory.
Well, that is probably right. I don't understand all the technical things, about these things. Yeah.
Yeah, but Big Bad Mama said that wouldn't disprove evolution, the theory. I mean, yeah, because it was crazy. But have you ever been to Canada?
No.
What about America?
I want to come to America to come on the tour of the South and Florida and the Dino Land. Yes.
You go to the Dino Land. Would you take the grandmother tour or the real one?
I'd take another tour, the Claude tour, because that takes balls. Yeah. Take the Claude tour. It takes balls.
Wow.
I think that would be a very good one. I have to design it. but I'm sure Ken would agree.
Look what Mark said.
Oh, what did Mark say?
He said, call balls at Dell.
Yeah.
What if you went there and you met Ken? Would you debate him?
Well, I would discuss, because the debates are a bit of a waste of time. Just have a discussion.
Oh, would you ask him about, does he put peanut butter on his pizza?
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I think if you had peanut butter, what would go with peanut butter? Bacon, maybe? Have the bacon on the pizza? Peanut butter and jelly?
Wow. I did ask Ken a funny joke. What if the ACs paid him $10 million to join the AC Illuminati New World Order, and they falling up peanut butter on pizza for him?
Oh.
He actually laughed. He said, "Nah, they had to abomize him. I guess. What's it called? Abomize, where they take his brain out. I guess."
Oh. I don't know. Just about, but a lot of people have, when you think a funny combination, because you don't think of peanut butter and pizza normally.
Yeah.
But everybody has some things, Some people have ice cream and have it with vegetables. I've heard of some people. So everything. I guess it's just what we like. Yeah.
What about, would you like have peanut butter and bacon?
Well, it sort of sounds a bit interesting if you put it with, what is that syrup from Canada? Maple syrup and peanut butter and bacon sound quite nice, quite interesting.
Yeah, Big Bad Mama says to disprove evolution, you need something supernatural, like young Earth creationism, old Earth creationism. What do you think?
Well, I don't know how you disprove it with anything, but
Yeah. What if they prove that you're they found out that actually you're an alien from another world? You were sent here before your world was destroyed, and you were
that would be very interesting. Yeah.
taken in by your family. What would you do then?
Oh, well, it would be certainly very interesting, yeah. If I come from another world.
Oh, Faithful said, if you get to Dell Claude, let me know. I will meet you there.
Yes, well, if we go, we've got to all go,
Yeah. What if Miss Mod goes and you marry Mrs. Mod?
Well, it would be very good. We'd have to have separate quarters because, we're probably not married then, so we would need separate rooms.
Well, what if you fall in another dimension where you and her married, Aiden, Lupin, and Dustin is your sons?
Mm.
What would you do then?
That would be a rather interesting life. I don't know if I could cope.
What would you do if you met Steven there? What would you do then?
Oh, sorry. If I what?
If you went there and you met Steven.
Oh well, we have our ups, we have our downs. Everybody has their ups and downs, differences of opinion.
What if you met Dustin there?
Well, he doesn't really like me at all. So, but I'm sure it would be different. I think when you meet people in person, you know, sometimes the fire disappears.
Yeah. Well, you know that thing he said to you before? He want to paint your mouth if you're on fire.
Yes, yes, I've heard that one. Yeah,
He said that to Miss Mod too, not too long ago.
yeah. Well, that's why now, when I come to my tour of America, I will bring a mini fire extinguisher with me. Yeah, so that will eliminate the need for any of that to happen. So if I do catch on fire, I can just pull out my mini extinguisher and just and then I'm okay.
Just what Mark said. I don't know, Claude. Dustin says if he meets me in person, he going to punch me in the face twice.
Right. Yes. Well, it could be sort of bravado, you know.
Yeah. Dusty.
We're not meant to be violent, you know.
Yeah. What do you think of we had he's just unlike Dustin. Unlike Dustin keyboard, I will hit back. But what if Dustin challenged you to a boxing match?
I don't think I would accept.
What if Kent challenged you to a boxing match?
Verbal boxing, verbal with words is okay.
Okay. But when are you start doing your show again? Like do your clips and stuff? You there? Can you hear me?
Oh yes, sorry.
That's right.
Sorry, I was distracted for 1 minute.
By who?
No, just thinking deep in thought. Because it's so late at night here, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jesus, going to do a great job interviewing Dr. Claude. I'm interviewing Dr. Claude. What was your when did you decide to become Claw Balls?
Oh, I thought it was a good name, you know.
Yeah. When do you first heard about Dr. Kent Holbein?
Oh, for quite a few years.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you ever Kent Holbein? What do you think of that his son stole his underwear?
And his pocket knife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did that for he could cut up the underwear because it had a lot of. Oh no.
Well, you know, the underwear probably, you may as well give that back.
What if
because I don't think it would fit.
What if it's magical underwear, like the
Mormon?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that could be helpful. Yeah.
They say it could turn colors and stuff.
Could be like Joseph's dream coat, you know, Joseph and the Technicolor dream coat.
Yeah. What time would it be in Australia right now?
I don't know. In Singapore, it's as I say, now 2:30 in the morning, so very late. I think Australia is maybe depending which part.
I know in the UK it's 6:00, 6:23.
Right. Like, I think in Perth, Australia, it was probably, so what, 2:30, about 3:30 in the morning. And I think if it's in, like on the east coast of Australia, it's probably about maybe 5:30, 6:30, but I don't know. Yeah.
Wow. When did you first meet Big Bad Mama?
Just watching these shows, and suddenly his stuff came up on the YouTube, and yeah, so it's been
When
very
was the
interesting. Yeah.
first time you met Mark Stoney?
Well, it would be later than Big Bad Mama, but yeah, it's all connected. When did I meet Missing Maud? When I see her on the Channel 2, so maybe a couple of years. I can't remember now.
Yeah, I remember that time. Well, your first, like, not when we first time, it was on, when you talked to Ken on the interview.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
Second time was when Achilles was talking and you made that sound. It was so funny. He said, "What's
That
that?
raspberry, yes. What? What?
What was that?"
Oh, wow.
But would you ever debate him over the shape of the Earth?
Well, I probably don't think there's much point in me debating on those topics because, I mean, I know, but I'm not good at explaining. So, I would leave that to the Big Bad Mama.
What if you debate Joseph, Kent's tech guy?
Well, there's probably not much point. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, Miss Outcast, she was on the other day too.
Yeah. Yes, I haven't heard her for a while.
Yeah, she been busy. I want to ask you, what would you do if they prove young Earth creation is right and evolution wrong?
Well, if they proved it, I would believe it. Yeah, I would. I would make a switch. Yeah.
And they also
No.
prove that Stephen is the long lost child of Ron Wyatt.
Well, that would be interesting, but yeah.
Oh, he's the real king of Scotland.
Scotland. Well, I don't know. I'm not a Scottish person, so probably would not make a big difference for me. No.
Oh, does France still have kings?
No.
Is there any country now that's run by kings and queens?
Well, in England, they have King Charles, but he doesn't really run the country. They have a government. He's like a what do you call it?
Prime Minister?
No, it's not even that. He's like a figurehead. Yeah, he doesn't have any real power. But they keep the king as like a tradition, and in fact, it brings a lot of tourists to England. They make a lot of money for people going to various royal things. So, that's as well as that. I think he, calls the parliament to order or whatever, but traditionally he doesn't get really involved in the politics. Yeah, but there are some. I'm pretty sure there'd be some kingdoms, or there's some countries that are dictatorships that might not call the person the king, but may as well be one.
By like does it seem like all the countries that still have kings and queens, they're not actually in charge. They have prime ministers.
Yeah, yes, well, yeah, that's
Is
right.
that weird?
It's like a figurehead. It's like a. But you know, when you go to England and you see London Bridge and you go to the Tower of London, you'll probably go and see the Buckingham Palace and all that. It's for many people, they find it very interesting. So.
Oh, here's a friend of mine actually met Richard Dawkins.
A friend of yours?
Yeah, in the UK.
Mm.
If you met Richard Dawkins, would you ask him for his autograph? Sardi Radio is still monarchy. Look like I was finally cut.
Is the show live at the moment?
Yeah.
Because when I went to go on earlier, I could not find it. I could only find the link you sent me. But when I searched under your channel name, I couldn't see it.
Huh? I did. What's it called? I didn't have it where it's. I did schedule it.
Right.
TTOR.
Because otherwise, people can't see it. They won't be able to come on. TTOR, right? Oh, good.
You like him? He went after Canton then.
Yeah, I think he's a good person. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope he joins us. I'll put the link in the thing. Hi, Faithful.
And why is
Hi there.
Missing Mod needs to come on too?
Yeah.
And Faithful and everybody. Big Bad Mama, come back from the desert and come on the show.
Oh, I thought you were going to say come back from the dead.
No, well, same thing probably, but the desert, yeah.
Yeah. Isn't there's a desert in California that I think is no, maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking it's called the Dead Desert or something.
Death Valley.
Death Valley. Thank you.
That's where the Undertaker.
You see, it takes a young man like you to be able to recall things like that.
Yeah.
I knew that there was death in California somewhere other than in the government. Gigi was doing such a good job of interviewing you, I didn't want to interfere.
No, that's fine.
As late as it is, maybe you'd like to have some extra dialogue until Mark or someone else.
That's really
comes
good
in.
because you can tell I'm sort of not really with it sometimes. It's because it's so late. What I will do is probably just drop out and go and watch the show and then maybe come on later because I know I'm going to be speaking and fall asleep while I'm speaking.
Well, there's been a lot of us that have done that. I mean, it used to be on Mark's streams back in 2001 and 2. I would just mute my mic and listen and fall asleep, and I would hear when I'd hear the replay, I would hear, "Faithful, are you there?" She fell asleep again. So
yes, it's just with this strange, this time that I'm in at the moment. It is obviously normally asleep.
oh yeah, I get that because my brother's over in Pakistan right now, and they're 11 hours ahead of us. So right now it's 11:30, and it's about time for him probably to be going to bed.
TTOR. He's in the comments. He says if I'm on later, he will join us.
Oh, ask him what time TTOR. What time would be good for Eastern time for Gangster to come on, and maybe he'll open the stream up, and some of us can join in with you. We'd be in a wonderful conversation.
What do you think of that TTOR? Claude would like him. He's one of the first guys that went after Ken about that one stuff.
I think TTORs, if I can remember, it's been several years ago since I've been on looking at YouTube and everything. I believe he was doing a very, very good thing.
Yeah.
I just can't recall. I know that he was helping a lot with during the during the crazy days with Kent attacking a certain young lady.
Yeah. We should
Young
get that.
compared to my age, not young in years.
You're already 21.
No, I'm 24, honey, but I've been 24 at least 3 times plus.
Uh-huh. Claude, he's 21.
Claude,
Right, Claude?
are you still 21?
Me,
Yeah.
Yeah.
21, 21 stone, perhaps.
You know, I think it's so amazing that Gigi has got friends that are professional business people and retired people that just will hang out with him and jump into his alternate universe. I think it's really commendable of you and everyone else.
Yes.
Well, we all have imagination. That's the good thing. I love to have imagination. And of course, I play a character. And as well, we are all characters. And we have a mix of, a mix of things.
I may be a
Well-
character, but I'm a real person.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm a real person too. We are all, what is it, the Shakespeare thing? We are all, the whole world's a stage, and we are but players on
And-
that stage.
Yes.
There we go.
Shakespeare had an interesting thought there.
He had a lot of things he said for the English language. Interesting. Some of the sayings he came up with.
Yeah.
You wouldn't realize it come up from the Shakespeare,
You know, I didn't realize until you started the stream, Gigi, that the fellow that was on the PG's live stream, what's his name?
Simon?
Not Simon, the other guy. His IT guy. What's his name?
Joseph?
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't realize that he was Kent's IT guy. I met him when he first got to DAL, and that man owes Mark an apology, in my viewpoint, because he got on Kent's show one day and literally ridiculed and said some really bad things about Mark. And I don't see where he can get off teaching the Bible until he apologizes to Mark. And if he doesn't realize that, maybe he'll listen to this and maybe he'll realize he does need to apologize to him.
yeah, Kent needs to, too. Or
Well,
Roman.
yeah, Kent has made efforts, but this Joseph, I think it's Joseph Shackelford, he definitely needs to apologize to Mark for the things that he said on live stream.
We're gonna organize a group hug, everybody.
I think a group hug would be I like hugs.
Yes, well, I'm a bit, a huggy bear, they call me. Huggy Bear Claude.
Huggy bear claws.
Yeah.
I got it. I can't, I'm on my phone, so I can't see who's. I like the idea that he has got. Claude weighs 132 pounds.
No, not really, but I just want to make a joke of the 21. So I just said 21 stone.
Uh-huh. Got it. I mean, I like the way Gigi has this set up to where we can actually read the chat.
Yeah.
It's nice. It'd be nice if StreamYard had that. The other thing that would be nice if StreamYard or Restream had the ability to put your hand, there's a little hand symbol where you can touch it if you want to say something. Mark has that in his Google Meets room. If people are talking and you have something you want to say, you kind of push that and it lights up across your avatar. And if people are paying attention, well, then they can say, oh, gee, so-and-so wants to say something. So it's kind of nice.
Oh.
I'm just going to go off the live chat now for a while.
Okay, go get some
I will
sleep.
try and come back later. I'll be watching in the meantime.
All right. Well,
Maybe, what's 132 pounds? Oh, that's about, how many kilos?
I don't know. I could ask Google, but wait a minute. Hey,
No, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Okay, I talk
All
to you
right.
later, guys.
Thank you
And
for coming on.
yeah,
Take
well,
care.
I'll still
Take
be
care of
in
yourself,
watch.
Claude.
I'll still be watching, but yeah. Otherwise, you might hear me snore a bit because it's so late. Okay, bye.
Thank
Good
you for
night.
coming on.
Thank you.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah.
I hope Mark or somebody else will come in because I'm not going to be able to stay on real long.
Yeah.
But
Thank you for coming on.
I just didn't want you to be here by yourself.
Uh,
And I didn't. And Claude was here, and you were doing such a good job of interviewing him.
yeah. Do you think? Wow, it's crazy. TTOR was in the comments.
Yeah, he said he can't join now, but if you're still on in about an hour and a half, he will join. Maybe
That's
Mark
awesome.
will come. Yeah, so if you can keep your stream going for a little while, maybe he'll come back.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I've been on his show before too.
You have. I can't remember TTOR. I remember the name. He has a real name. Do you know what it is?
Justin, I think.
Justin?
Yeah.
That maybe sounds right. I remember him from about 2-3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, guys, we think of this one preacher. I forgot his name. Jesse Morrell. He believes that he's one of those open theists. He's very open. He believes that people have complete free will. Just what he says about Calvinism.
I don't know anything about him, hon.
That's right. Just what he said about Calvinism. Abortion and stuff is the will of God because of what Calvinist believes.
Are you going to play that?
No, it's just it's not a video. It was just a picture.
Mark
Hi, Mark.
Stoney.
Yeah, you begged me enough. I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry.
The gatekeeper. Did you bring your keys? Oh, I've got the keys.
Well, Mark, I need to tell you something. What do you think of that? What Justin Morrell said. He had this picture with a Calvinist guy under it. Says that going by Calvinism, that abortion and the one stuff is the will of God. What do you think of that? Like sin is the will of God, I guess. Is that what he said?
Well,
What would you say to him?
I don't know. I guess we'd have to be in a conversation.
Yeah,
I'd
one
have to
day I'd
see
like
what it is. What
to
he's
get
saying.
him to come on here. That'd be great. What would you like to talk to him about?
I don't know. I just come to hang out with you.
Oh, yeah, how are you today?
I'm doing
Sorry,
all
I
right.
hope I didn't wake you or anything.
Oh no, I just slept late today. It's all good.
Oh, I talked to Father Charles. He said that he get rid of all the videos to make room for new videos.
That's not how YouTube works, though. He just axed his channel on his own. He's basically gonna have to start over from scratch. Which okie dokie.
do you think? I don't know when he. Do I think when you talk about that one thing on his channel, a little bit later he cut the stream? Do you think that might have anything to do with it?
Probably. I don't know. Probably not. I mean, I really don't know. All he said I asked Chuck why wiped his channel, and he said it was to make room for new content, and I didn't find that answer very satisfactory. But okay,
Oh. What do you
it
think of that?
is what it is.
We like
What do
it.
you think of that?
I don't know. We like it when TTOR comes on here.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I'd really like to ask him why he's still slumming with Brett Keane.
I haven't really seen him much with Brett Keane lately.
Oh.
Ooh, what do you think of that debate Kent had the round 2 debate with that Lucifer guy?
I didn't watch it.
Ooh, I seen it on Kent's channel. It was crazy. I heard.
Who won?
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't watch it at all.
Yeah. The guy said he had a dream that said that Jesus and God the Father are dictators or something.
Yeah.
And turn him into a Satanist. Is that crazy?
Yeah, that's nuts. Not so.
Well, can I show you a video?
Crazy. Huh?
I'll show you a video.
Okay.
Hey, Bubby, what day is it today?
It's Friday!
You having a good day?
Oh, hell yeah!
Yeah, I saw that. You made a short of that. And then for some reason YouTube decided to suggest a lot of shorts that had tattooed in it.
Did he dress that to you? Is that
me? No. I just thought it was funny.
Is that you, Mark, when you're
You better
waking up?
believe it. That is me waking up on Friday morning. Every Friday morning. It's Friday. Hell yeah.
Claude was on here earlier.
Yeah, I was talking to Claude, sort of, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
On the
great.
chat bars.
I'd love to see TTOR come on here too. There's a lot of stuff I used to go. I went on his show a lot of times when he was back in the day when he was on Brett's show. He had this thing to talk about superheroes in the Bible. That'd be like, what is that guy with long hair?
Samson.
Yeah, him. Who else? He said he beat all these guys up with this one part of a bone of a animal.
The jawbone of an ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He even talked about his people.
1,000 men.
Yeah.
Where is my new picture? Oh, there it is.
What do you think of that, Miss Faithful?
What Samson did?
Yeah.
Oh, and when my brain must be in bad shape today because when Mark said what he did, I had this other picture go through my brain.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Well, you were talking about what the jawbone was, and all I could picture was Kent Hovind.
Oh, Kent Hovind's jawbone?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but for some reason,
Well, he is an ass, so there's that.
Well, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Logan, do you like my my picture?
Yeah. What
is
That eagle has
picture?
American flags for wings.
Wow.
It's America. I mean, there's baseballs, cheeseburgers, McDonald's, tanks.
See, I tried
There's
to
a
blow
nuclear
it.
explosion going off right next to the Statue of Liberty. Can you make it big screen, Logan?
How do I do that?
Yes.
Oh, you do it all the time. Yeah, like
Well,
that.
you can
Except
do
mine.
it. Oh, okay.
So we got a bunch of different presidents. There's some baseballs, cheeseburgers.
Cheever. See, when I tried to blow it up on my phone, it threw me out of the room.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Yeah, he said also King David did stuff like that too. He showed this clip from what's his name's real superheroes. That's the one I seen. This one guy could shoot so fast, faster than you can hear. I guess.
Faster than a rubber band.
Yeah, very quick. There's other guys that can remember stuff like a volatile something memory.
TTOR is still in comments.
Yeah. Stanley's superhumans. That's a. Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, could you shoot that fast, Mark? Faster than you can hear?
What?
Yeah, this one guy did it.
Shoot faster than you can hear?
Yeah.
No.
This other guy.
I mean, shoot faster than the speed of sound?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
You think you were Superman?
Another guy uses thumb to break into wow, a puppet dog. A break into
Dog. That's Chat GPT's drawing of Grace, as I described her.
Aw.
I forgot to mention that she has short hair.
Oh, that's adorable. I forgot what else hers people. Oh.
Oh, Stan Lee's Superhumans. That is awesome.
You ever seen those?
Oh yeah, of course.
Or her other stuff. I forgot hers. God,
I like the piano playing savant. That guy was incredibly good at. Yeah, he could hear any tune and just play it in any style on the piano.
Oh,
really?
Was he as good as Wesley?
Oh, way better.
Oh. Here's another guy. Now I remember. He could. He's like a human calculator. He doesn't need calculator to do numbers.
A quackulator?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Does he quack a lot?
But he could like do any math thing quicker than
calculator.
Calculator.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Is that crazy?
Yeah. Can you do math really fast?
No. Can you?
Cannot.
But you could pick cards up with your bare hands.
Matchbox cars, yeah.
Just like he also showed a clip of this one movie, Glass. You ever seen that movie?
I don't think so.
It was a sequel to the movie Split and Unbreakable. M. Night Shyamalan saying.
You want to see a picture of Big Bad Mama?
Yeah. Well, you want to see a dancing Big Bad Mama?
Yeah, of course. Of course I want to see a dancing Big Bad Mama. Who wouldn't want to see that?
Yeah, I'm going to show you. What about dancing? Man. It's all clip from Unbreakable and that one movie. There's the dancing Big Bad Mama.
Lovely.
That's cute. No curlers in the hair though.
Yeah, where the beer curl is. I guess she's got her hat on.
Yeah.
Well, no cigarette hanging out the mouth either. But that's okay. She's dancing.
This is, I think, is supposed to be Gangster Ghost.
Oh.
The one I'm showing now.
Oh no.
Or perhaps that was Claude Bawles. I don't remember. I can probably figure it out which one that was. No idea.
Yeah, I remember that. It was from Unbreakable, Split, and Glass. Yeah. There's other stuff I remember. Her guy did that.
Oh,
who's that?
That's supposed to be Missing Mod.
no. Did she missing the mod? We're missing mod.
I don't know. I just told the AI thing to make draw a picture of missing mod, and that's what it come up with.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh.
What else do I have?
You know, that could be her.
Oh, Mark, what do you think of that big said to disprove evolution you need something supernatural like creationism?
Prove it.
And what's that a picture of, Mark?
A pillow fort.
Do you make those a lot?
Heck yeah, man. Pillow forts are the best.
Can you make your pictures bigger if you're going to change them so I can see them on my phone? Ah, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, pillow fort.
Ah, got it.
You ever had a pedal fight?
Of course.
Look at all the teddy bears.
Yeah. What else do we have? I don't remember. I'm kind of taking a risk. Oh, there's my mac and cheese. I didn't label any of these pictures, and I'm only seeing like the.
Brett King. Yeah. Yeah, he showed this one thing on there. Talk about everyday superhero type people. Like a guy shoots so fast, people couldn't hear him. I think he shot 2 bullets.
Oh, that's
At
crazy.
once. Yeah, could you shoot that fast, Brett? Mark?
2 bullets at once, and my name's not Brett.
Oh.
You almost got me there.
Oh.
You almost called me Brett.
Uh-oh. Could you shoot that fast? I think you can. You're
2
Mark.
bullets at the same time. Like if I had 2 guns, yeah.
I mean, he did it with one gun. It was fast.
No, you can't shoot 2 bullets at the same time out of a
I mean,
single barrel.
Shoot like very quick. Like you only hear one shot.
What if it was a double barrel shotgun?
That would work.
What if it's a triple barrel shotgun?
I don't know if they make those.
Yeah. Mark, what if you could take a bullet and fall it fast enough? No different if you shot it.
Hey, brother.
You just made my day.
Hey, brother.
Gangster PG. That's his gangster name.
Who put the braids on him?
His mom, probably.
I mean, that wasn't a doctored up picture. I thought it was.
I don't know. Didn't you make that one?
Yeah, it was some
Gangster?
years ago. Big Bad
Or
Mama.
you posted it?
And
Bad
chat.
Mama.
It's been years ago. I made stuff like that. It was crazy. Yeah. Here's other people. I think did all kinds of like people super hearing. Well, I'm not sure super hearing. Other people super.
Who is this guy?
Claudio. He's part of the village people.
The Illuminati.
Yeah. I had the video where he first.
Oh dear.
Truck driver Ken.
That picture cracks me up. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the smirk or the broccoli, but it cracks me up every time.
I think it's the broccoli. It's got to be the broccoli.
Gotta be the broccoli.
Got to be the broccoli.
Name Paul Agia called him broccoli head.
There's a Big Bad Mama. Look, it looks like Big Bad Mama's in the room. I can say whatever I want, and people are gonna think I'm Big Bad Mama. Hi, I'm Big Bad Mama. I like rocks.
Careful,
and
careful.
take long walks in the desert looking for Kent Hovind.
Careful. He's out in the comments. He's liable.
I know. I'm trying to lure him in.
He's liable to throw a few rocks at you.
Oh no, he probably does have quite a few rocks. I gotta find a better picture.
Hey, BBM, if you can come in, come
Oh
on
no,
in.
that's
Oh,
not
no,
what I meant.
no,
That
no,
is
no,
not
no,
a better
no,
picture.
No, that's not
It
a
is
good picture.
not a better picture.
No, get
Oh
rid of
my!
that crap.
What happened? What
I
happened?
don't know.
What happened?
You know, that's enough to draw BBM in so that he can smack
Here, I'll just be Mount Rainier for now.
you. Oh, all right. Is that a shadow?
It is a shadow
Of what's
projected
called-
upwards onto the bottoms of
The cloud.
very high clouds. Yes.
That's an interesting picture. Did you take that one?
No, but I could if I wanted to. I could just drive to that location and take it in
Oh.
the same conditions. It happens pretty often.
I wonder. Oh, you know, TTOR started his own YouTube, not YouTube channel, but his own type of
Yeah,
YouTube.
Quarter.
Yeah.
He's got his own video platform. Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah,
Y'all
and
go check out Quarter from TTOR.
yeah, and he also made it's a comic book. I forgot.
That's CORDER, not like quarter. Yeah, cool.
He even made his own comic book thing about Superhero stand up against the man. I forgot.
Standing up against the man, huh?
I forgot what it was called. It's been a while, but yeah, it was pretty good. About the world was still being controlled and stuff. I forgot. It's been a while. Yeah, and you can imagine T2OR being a super T2OR.
T2OR. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
That's a good one.
yeah, and yeah.
Oh, well, you got that carnal mind, carnal mind and stomping the earth.
Here's what time I joked around with. Stop! I call him Colonel Sanders.
Colonel Sanders. Oh my
He
goodness,
loved
that's
it.
funny. That's funny.
He got the
Nobody knows whose forehead that is.
Far Charles.
Nobody knows, and I'm not telling.
Okay. Yeah, he loved that. He got a clip of it on his channel.
I am Achilles Telescope, and I am yellow and blue, a little bit of red, and I have green legs.
Yeah. Have you talked to that guy Peter Tucker?
Peter D. Tucker. No, I haven't done a stream lately, so he usually comes onto my streams.
Oh. Is it true he has 2 girlfriends?
That's what he says.
Oh. He's kind of be like you, but you have like 100 girlfriends.
Look, I am the biggest gangster ghost in the room.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Oh,
I'm taking
no.
over.
Brother Pike's having a show tonight.
Oh yeah, you gonna watch it?
Teaching on my show.
Oh, it's on your channel, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. Hello.
Oh, I'll be right to you.
I am Peter D. Tucker. Look at me. I have an eagle, and I have 2 girlfriends. Hardy, 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 hoy. Or however they talk. Okay. I'll just be a shorsh. A shorse. Or a hark. What am I here, Logan? A shorsh or a hark? Let's take a vote in the chat. What's it gonna be? A shorsh or a hark? This is a new species, by the way. Evolution has been proven. I'm not sure which way it's going. If the land animal is turning into a water animal or the other way around, I would guess it's probably the other way around. But I don't know. I just don't know.
It all depends. Is it walking
It's a
forward
hark.
or backward?
TTOR says it's a hark. All right. We got 1 vote for hark. I like shorse. Shorse. It's much more difficult to say. What do you think, Faithful? Are you going to be the tie-breaking vote here? Or are you going to come up with something new?
That all depends on if you put a face on it.
It needs a face?
Well, I don't know.
Let's see what we
Gangster
can
puts
do.
a face on everything.
Oh, yeah. I tend to do that sometimes, too.
Well, I think the harder one is a better one to say, because if we're going to prove evolution by this, well, then it needs to be difficult so that it can
A
sound
shorse.
scientific.
So shorse it is. You heard it here first, folks. The newly discovered species is a shorse. Yeah, well,
Oh,
I just wanted to get me my vodka, and I accidentally deleted my entire YouTube
is
channel.
that what happened to his? Is that what happened to his YouTube channel? I mean,
I don't know. He just deleted the whole thing.
well, he's done that from time to time. You know, it kind of made me wonder if and I hope not. I hope that the accusations of fakery and everything might have caused him to have to take that down for a while to get rid of all of that stuff.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know anything about the workings within the um, Orthodox Church and their um, chain of
Well, it's
command,
probably
so to
because he
speak.
finally said and admitted that he was from Mother Russia.
He did say that.
Who what? Huh?
Uh, I was saying in a Russian accent that he probably had to delete his channel because it was finally exposed that he was from Russia.
Oh no.
Oh,
Mother
well,
Russia?
Mother Russia, that's
then
right.
then don't tell anybody about me.
Oh,
Because actually, back in the
See,
50s, we were not allowed, as kids, we were not allowed to say anything about that. And
what being
that's why
from
we were
Russia?
taught, that's why we were taught to call our grandmother Babunya. And I didn't
No
realize until,
babuski, or what was
no,
it?
I didn't realize until last year that that is the Polish term for grandmother.
Ah,
So it's taken me all these years to take
babushka.
and sort out just my growing up years.
oh.
It's like, God, be for real. Yeah, those days of those days in the 50s and the late 40s and after the war and through the late 50s were very they were real iffy times. None of y'all would remember that though.
Well, no, I was born in 1986.
Yeah, and that's okay. You can be born
Yeah.
in 86.
So, if you don't mind me asking, what year were you born?
I was born in the 40s.
In the 40s.
Yeah,
Early or late?
the first time I was born in the 40s,
Be-
the early 40s.
Before the war or after? During the war or after the war?
Before, during, or after?
Well,
Um,
obviously not before because that would have been the 30s. But
well, no,
during
World War II. When did World War II start?
39,
Did it really?
I think so.
It ended in 40 something, 45.
45, yeah.
Well, my brother called.
Well, let's
Mm-hmm.
He's
put it this way: it was still on when I was hatched.
September 1st, 1939 was the day that Germany invaded Poland, which led to Britain and France declaring war on Germany on September 3rd, 1939. So the end of the 30s was the beginning of the Second World War.
wow.
And it went
Didn't
on
actually
until
go in.
I think it was like May of 45.
When did it actually become
Wait, not
declared a
May.
world war? Do you know?
September. When it was declared World War,
Yeah.
I I think that's kind of a name that historians add to wars after the fact.
Oh,
Why did they call it Cold War?
Because it wasn't a hot war.
Oh, okay.
it was called a Cold War because there wasn't actually any violence.
Well,
You know,
there
any
absolutely was.
on the ground
Just
fighting.
not directly between the superpowers.
Right.
There's
But
plenty of
during
violence, just
during
not directly between world superpowers. It's close. It got very hairy during that time, but
yeah, very. I can't remember who was. Eisenhower wasn't president. He was
oh,
Henry
you know
Ford's
what? I stand or sit corrected on my correction of my ending of World War II. It was Germany. The Nazis surrendered in May of 1945, so it was correct. It was officially over. VE Day was May 8th, 1945. Victory in the Pacific when Japan surrendered was September 2nd, 1945.
Oh, well, the year was 45, so that's close enough.
Yeah. And the Pacific War started in 41, December 7th. Or, well, it was actually declared the next day. So, yeah, December 8th.
Gee,
But the first act of aggression was absolutely by Japan, December 7th, 1941.
for some reason, I can always remember December 7th of 1941, but I can never really, not until just now did I put a time frame on it being that early in the 40s. Isn't that weird?
Mm-hmm. You were just a glimmer in your mom and dad's eyes.
Oh, Mark.
I
My
was
brother
fresh, I
called.
was fresh here.
My brother called from the Air Force.
Oh, yeah?
He's
He
in
How's he
did.
doing?
Florida.
Huh?
He's in Florida.
Oh, don't.
Oh,
You're not supposed to tell where service
sorry.
members are. So let's keep
No,
that.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's going on?
I
Is
don't
he
know.
good?
Yeah,
Cool.
just saying. Yeah, it's crazy. You ever
It's
been
good
in
to hear
the Air
from your
Force?
brother. No, I've never been in the Air Force. I've worked with airmen.
Oh. You ever been to the Navy SEALs?
Nope. But I have also worked with SEALs. My
Oh.
my fire team leader, Vincent Hart, was a Navy SEAL before joining the Guard.
Is he late to Bret Hart?
No.
Oh,
Well,
you
I mean,
sure?
I don't know. I say that no right off the bat because he never mentioned anything about it, but no, I don't think so.
Oh.
Without going into specifics, what does your brother do in the Air Force?
Uh,
Like
help.
mechanic office, fly plane.
I'm not sure. Like he helps put stuff there and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, put stuff here, there, and everywhere. Hurry up
Yeah.
and wait. That's the name of the game
Yeah.
in the
Wow.
military.
Well, would
Well,
you
he's
ever?
probably in the chair force, so he probably does a lot of sitting around.
Maybe I
Could
don't
it be
know.
a gopher?
Yeah, go for this, go for that.
Maybe I don't know. But would you ever be in the special forces? Because they're very special.
No,
Oh,
no. I'm not military material anymore. I don't have the let's go kill everything attitude
oh. What about
that I used to have.
what's the difference between black ops and special forces?
Well, special forces is like a kind of a branch of the army.
Yeah.
Like you have rangers, you have airborne. It's just like a different specialized unit. Black ops are operations that are off the books and off the record, and they don't happen ever.
Oh. So that's what happened when Skylar joined them.
No, Skylar never joined any special forces super spy agency stuff. He's delusional.
He said he was part of the Navy.
He's lying because if he was part of the Navy, he'd get military benefits. He doesn't.
And he would have sing that special song.
In the Navy.
You can imagine what they're singing that.
In the Navy.
That was so funny what he said that Kent is 100% biological and he should be in the Navy.
I guess Kent has ladybugs in him too.
You can imagine Kent being some percent robot and being in the Navy.
Tomo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Tomo.
It's just so...
Tomo.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah. What's up?
But you ever seen back in the day those old time wrestling like Smoky Mountain Wrestling?
Smoky Mountain Wrestlers?
Yeah, wrestling.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you ever seen Smoking Mountain Wrestling? Wrestling? It'll take place in the Smoking Mountains.
I don't think I have. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, it's back in the 90s. Had a lot of wrestlers.
Everything happened back in the 90s, man.
Yeah,
90s happened back in the 90s. It's crazy.
Yeah, they had a lot of wrestlers that went on to be in other companies. Like, I think Kane and Al Snow was part of it. And all kinds of wrestlers. Is that crazy?
Do they have any of
That's
that on
great.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Why don't you bring up something so we can see what it looks like? We don't have to watch the whole match, just a few minutes of it.
Oh, is this gonna be like SummerSlam?
Well, can I show you a video of I found of that sea science?
This is your channel. You can show anything you want to, Logan.
Oh, here's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's all kinds of crazy stuff. I got that you want to see that interview of the round 2 debate between Kent versus Lucifer?
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've been asked by several people if I was watching it, if I've seen it. My answer has been no, I have not seen it. But if it's worth watching, heck yeah, let's do the thing.
Yeah, I heard that even Brother Pike called that Lucifer guy a liar.
To the Brett Keane Show. All
Make it
having a
full screen,
wonderful
please.
day. Let's put old Kent, handsome Kent Hogan.
Oh my gosh!
Over there on Main
He's
Street.
gargling the Kent.
Brett's co-host is that guy Lucifer. Hell, why
You
not
know that they're trolling Kent, right? That's all this is a troll on Kent, a big troll, because Brett Keane is an actual troll. That's what he does.
Does he live under a bridge?
He doesn't care about Kent Hovind. I mean, he's going to butter Kent up, but he doesn't care about Kent Hovind.
Doesn't having Kent on his show peak up views?
Probably.
And why would have a Lucifer guy as his co-host? He should have guys like TTOR.
I guess we'd have to ask TTOR why TTOR is not a co-host and why instead Brett has opted for Lucifer. Like if Adorn.
Doing there, Kent, and we've got Mr. Lucifer, also known as co-host. Kent, how's your day been? All you gotta do is unmute the mic and tell us about it.
I was as busy as an arm paper hanger in a hurricane, brother. It was.
Oh, never heard that one
for
before.
Tours all the time. Still haven't had supper yet. Oh well, life's rough and then you die. No, it's been good. I did a lot of research on Mr. Lucifer here and his program that he pushes, and I think it's interesting. I'd like to share it tonight. So I think this ought to be good. We're trying to get him converted to the Lord tonight on screen.
Well, we do like to plug.
Sorry, Kent, not going to happen.
So, Lucifer, how's your day been?
No, it's been doing good. Been doing pretty good. I had to unplug a sink drain today.
Oh, that's rough, man. I can't do any kind of work, and I can't cook either. I burn ramen noodle. So, guys, do me a favor real quick. If you got any books or CDs or YouTube channels or Rumbles, tell me about it. Tell the world about it.
Go ahead, Lucifer.
Oh, I was going to let you go first. All right. Well, for those of you interested, for Legal Order, I am the High Priest of the Satanic Thulian Society. I am also the founder. So one of the things that you can do is, if you're interested in what we have to do, if you're watching this on one of my channels, you can actually go down to the comments or the description down below on either my YouTube channel or on my Rumble channel, and you can find links to the STS website, the official Cult of Cthulhu. You can also find links to where you can buy my book or even the latest issue of the Cloven Hoof magazine, which I have right here. You can find us all over the place. We are a theistic satanic organization. We follow the teachings of Anton LaVey as they were properly intended to be taught. And yeah, that's pretty.
All right, Kent, you got some stuff for us, man?
Well, yeah, I was reading a little bit about Mr. Lucifer here's history and what brought him in. He was dead, according to Flatline, for 20 minutes when he was 7 or 8 years old. And this probably profoundly influenced him. Somebody asked him, said, I want to make a deal with the devil. Where do I start? He answered, I'm going to be dry, cut and dry. Such an idiotic question is not going to get you anywhere. I've been a Satanist for 15 years and cultist for 30. The first rule of thumb is educate yourself before asking public questions. I run the satanic
I've been a Satanist for about 18 years now.
Well, this was a year ago when your comment was made. I'm just reading a comment that's okay. Anyway, written numerous books on the subject. Satanism will not make you rich or famous or solve your personal issues. Only you can do that. Well, okay. Satanism is a religion, as is Luciferianism, some other ones here, a host of variants of Satanism. So I would like to make you aware, Lucifer, that someday they commanded them not to speak in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, okay? And this is known to all the Jews and Greeks and dwelling in Ephesus, and fear fell on them, and the name of the Lord Jesus was magnified. So let this mind be in you, which is also in Christ Jesus, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. I unashamedly take that Jesus Christ was God himself in the flesh. And at his name, every knee shall bow. God has highly exalted him, given him a name above every name, that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow. Satan is going to bow. You are going to bow to Jesus Christ one day. Whether you believe it or not, it's going to happen. And the Thulian Society really is the foundation from a lot of people that ended up with Hitler's movement.
Okay.
The German Society.
Pause.
Satan doesn't have knees.
You know, I'm
Right?
wondering who put Kent's script together for him.
He does it himself. He does. He spends a lot of time on his script.
Well, and to answer Gangster's question about Brett having him as a co-host, birds of a feather flock together.
There you go.
Yes, but you're right.
Munich,
TDO does not have knees.
Just thought that was funny. Go ahead, Logan.
In 18, he styled himself to be Rudolf von Subterer. He was an anti-Semitic society that links with Adolf Hitler through the German Workers' Party. A central figure, Dietrich Eckart, also played prominent part in the committee of the Workers' Party, German Workers' Party, became one of the founding members of the Nazi Party. So last time we kind of denied that, but there is a strong link between the Thulian Society, which you are proud part of, and the Nazis, just so you're aware. The Thulian Satanic Society, Satanic Thulian Society. You said we're the only 100% fully theistic LaVeyan satanic organization after Anton LaVey. So I did quite a bit of research on Anton LaVey to find out who is this guy. He wrote the Satanic Bible, or claims he wrote it. It's actually mostly plagiarized from a bunch of other sources. It's not a Bible at all. It's a book that he wrote and called it the Satanic Bible. It's a joke, in my humble, totally unbiased. LaVey said, blessed are the destroyers of false hope. They are the true messiahs.
So technically, that same accusation could be levied against the Bible because it's borrowed from or taken from a bunch of other books. I mean, it's comprised of a bunch of other books. And from my understanding, that's the same methodology they took with the Satanic Bible. They just wrote about, like, took stuff from Darwin, from different atheists. Right, Gangster? Gangster.
I think so.
Yeah, you're the one that told me that, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand that right. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's a bunch of different authors comprising their Bible, just like our Bible is. But I'm not defending the Satanic Bible. It's the same thing. It's a silly retort that Kent had there. Doesn't make sense. But go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to destroy your false hope tonight in Satan. He's a loser. I read the last chapter. He loses. Okay, he's going to hell. I'd like to get you out of that cult. That's a dumb idea to follow a loser like that. Anyway, go ahead. Brett, start off. Who goes first? What do you want to do?
Well, I was going to first let people know out in the comments, we always try to keep things respectful and decent. No personal attacks towards Kent or Mr. Lucifer. Everybody's here voluntarily to have a discussion about evolution. Nobody's hostile, so don't expect basements and chainsaws, as exciting as that would be. So, with that being said, Kent, you didn't promote your CDs or any of the stuff. Are you wanting to do that before we go?
Well, sure. We've produced a lot of videos and DVDs on numerous topics on creation and evolution. My seminar series is by far the best seller and most popular. It's 18 hours teaching on science and the Bible, how the Bible shows and how science shows the earth is not billions of years old. Dinosaurs lived with man all through history. The Dragons or some other name. That's video 3. People used to live to be 900 years old, according to the Bible and according to many legends called the Golden Age, okay? And so we cover all that. I talk fast. I use a lot of visuals. 18 hours, $50 for the whole thing. You can get it on drdino.com, our website, DRDINO, or call 855-BIG-DINO and hit a button. Somebody will answer. Number 3, I'll answer, but I won't know anything about what's going on. So talk to number 1, the secretary. She'll know what's going on. Or if you want to come spend the night at one of our cabins, it's all free. We're in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down.
Did he just say he wouldn't have any idea about what's going on?
5 if you're on a cabin.
You called him. Is that what he said? Did I hear that right? He said if you call me, I wouldn't have any idea what's going on.
Replay that.
That's classic Kent Hovind.
Thing. You can get it on .com, our website, DRDINO, or call 855-BIG-DINO and hit a button. Somebody will answer. Number 3, I'll answer, but I won't know anything about what's going on. So talk to number 1, the secretary. She'll know what's going on. Or if you want to come spend the night at one of our cabins, it's all free. We're in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down. They hit extension 4, right? If you want 5 if you want a cabin. 5, okay. If you want one of the cabins, we'll put you up for the night and stay here too long, we'll put you to work. Okay.
All right. So, folks, here we go. What I'm going to do is I'll start off with a couple questions just to get things kind of and get the ball rolling. Okay, so Kent as well as Lucifer, are you aware that according to science websites, because of their new telescope they are now claiming that the universe is now quadruple the age that it originally was stated at 14 to 16 billion years old. They're now saying 30 billion years old, and they plan on changing the age of the earth to 4.5 billion years to almost 15. What is your thoughts on that before we get into the debate?
Why does that bother me?
I was just curious what you thought about it, whether it bothers you guys or not, or you think it's...
So Brett said that the age of the earth has quadrupled, but then the numbers he gave were not even double. So that's kind of strange. Go ahead. I guess Brett doesn't have that mathematics calculator going on upstairs.
Hogwash, just wanting your opinion.
In all honesty, from a satanic perspective, it really doesn't matter. We are here and now in the presence. I mean, one of my biggest questions to most creationists is, why should I care? Why should I care? You're trying to prove a point out of a book that I don't follow. Why should I care?
All right, fair enough. Kent, do you have an opinion on it?
Well, it's predictable. They always add more time. See, time is the pacifier that keeps the atheists and evolutionists happy. If you say, how on earth can an amoeba turn to a human? They will say, given enough time. If you can take away time, they cry like a baby with no pacifier. And so it's predictable they're going to add more time. So now it's up, quadrupled what it was. In a couple of years, they'll realize, well, that ain't enough. They'll double it again, okay? This whole thing is absolutely stupid. It's pretty easy to demonstrate this whole universe not be billions of years old. Every Friday night on our channels. I'm on like 8 or 10 different channels. You can get them all on drdino.com. Go to Genesis Baptist Church on YouTube. Every Friday night, normally, except for tonight, I cover another scientific proof the Earth is not billions of years old. So here's why you should care. If the Earth is indeed only 6,000 years old, like lots of evidence points to it being only 6,000 years old, that would be another indicator that the Bible is correct. I know you claim you don't believe this book and you don't think it's going to influence you. It's going to influence everything you've ever thought about for the rest of your eternity, whether you like it or not.
I'm going to correct you right there. It has already influenced me. I was raised Southern Baptist. I was a devout Baptist. I was a devout Christian. I used to go to church 3 times a week, or would take myself to church when my own parents didn't go to church.
And this is when you were 7 years old?
That was after my dog bite incident. Yeah. All the way up until I was 12. When I was 12, I lost my faith.
All right. Well, we'll help you find it again.
I was a child minister. And then later on, when I was much older, I was one of the few who actually was about ready to get a scholarship to go study seminary in the Vatican.
Well, I believe scientific, you mentioned about why should I get a book says, scientific evidence says the Earth is not billions of years old. Man had to be designed. There has to be a creator. Now, whether you want it to be Lucifer or somebody else, that's up to you. But there is a designer. One cell in a human body is more complex than the whole internet system of the world. And one cell in your body, if you took the DNA and unwound each chromosome and tied them together, one cell's DNA would be 6 feet long. And if you took all 100 trillion cells in one person, tied the DNA code together, stretched it out, it would go across the solar twice. The scientific evidence is there was a really smart designer. And I think it was God himself who designed man.
Well, even Satanism has its own designer. We acknowledge that there is a designer, Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, also called Sakel, or Sakala, or any number of names, the Aten. We admit that, yes, there is a designer, and it is technically the Christian God. We don't say anything that there isn't one. So I don't know what you're trying to prove there to me, because I'm already on the same page as you. And that's what I'm trying to say there is,
okay.
I know the DNA strands. You know, when you look into some, I don't know if you've looked at Setianism. One of the sigils for Setianism is actually the DNA helix. So we're already thinking along the same lines. You don't have to try to prove anything DNA-wise or something like that to me. My question to you is, though, is that image does not correlate to us, by the way.
What,
the satanic temple.
Satanic marriages, you don't do that?
Oh, we do, but we don't use certificates like that. We use a court document.
Oh, okay. I just found some interesting stuff. I haven't really studied Satanism in my life like I probably should have.
Stop. So the Church of Satan has more legitimate wedding ceremonies than Ken Hovind does, because they actually fill out the court paperwork.
You caught that too. I'm so glad. Oh my goodness.
The Satanists are more legit than Kent Hovind.
Oh my goodness.
That's good. That was a good laugh right there. Keep going, Gangster.
Well, there is another one.
Oh, was there?
Yes. He said that he was raised Southern Baptist, and that at some point he was, and maybe it's been few minutes, that he got to the point where he was going to head to the Vatican for a seminary or something, which made me, at the moment, what the phrase that he used was, when did you switch from Baptist to Catholic? It was a term that he used, and that's been a few minutes ago. We don't have to back up to it, but I didn't want to say stop.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. He went from Baptist, and he did say, he didn't use the term Vatican, it was something tied in with the RCC.
Gotcha.
because it wasn't just seminary, because seminary could be Lutheran or anything else. Okay.
I know somebody that graduated from the Independent Southern Baptist Seminary Theological School.
Gangster.
No.
Oh. Yeah, well, he was promoting it real strong for a while. I mean, he was promoting it so much, I thought that he was part of it.
Yep. Go ahead, Gigi.
I have more
Brother
important things to
Logan.
study, but I just thought it was interesting.
Well, I mean, why would you study my religion? You don't encounter us very often. And, it's not like you're sitting here having to defend yourself against us, whereas most Satanists or even pagans or Wiccans are usually left having to defend ourselves against Christians. So naturally, we study Christian literature quite heavily.
Right.
Well, so you're not in the same position as I would be in.
I was enlightened that a lot of the Satanic Bible stuff is socialist Darwin writings, like the book Might is Right. A lot of stuff was copied directly from there. The Satanic Temple. Let's see.
Don't bring up the Satanic Temple with me. I will chew them apart. They are not Satanists. They have nothing to do with us. They're left-wing nut jobs who are trying to undermine our country. They do not represent Satanism. They do not represent our religion at all.
Okay, so do the Satanists argue as much as Christians argue between their denominations? That'd be
interesting. Yes, we do. Okay. It's sometimes you're sitting here and going like, why even bother when there's so much infighting? And we look at, I'll even say, when Satanists look at Christianity, we're like, well, they can all get along. They can all agree on the same thing. And then, somebody like me who's been on the other side of the field, I know some of my clergy is in the comment section right now, who's also been in the Christian clergy before. They'll sit there and be like, no, the Christian denominations are all bickering and fighting just as much as we do. So, yeah, I get you there.
All right. So the thing that I'm going to get us started on is we're going to start from the beginning here. Now, as most of you've heard, the difference between Mr. Lucifer and the other satanic is he's actually theistic, believes in the supernatural, believes in concepts of God and all this, as well as an actual devil, as where these other groups you mentioned, Kent, they are not theistic, they're atheists who label themselves atheistic Satanists. Now, the question is, we know you believe in a creation, an origin story where God creates man. Let's start with you, Lucifer. Is there a creation story, or did we come from something like abiogenesis, which is the start of evolution?
Well, yes, there is a creation story, and yes, biogenesis can also play into it. Most Satanists were not adverse to embracing evolutionism. We're also so happy to embrace, biblical stories, certain ones. We also have our own stories within Satanism, and some you can find in the Gnostic texts. Yes, Adam, we call him Yaldabaoth, or the Demiurge. That's the common names for him. Then that's actually part of the Gnostic text. That's getting very popular among Satanists nowadays, is embracing a lot of the Gnostic literature, because the Gnostic literature says that salvation comes from freeing one's own mind. You're not sitting here trying to purge your sins. You're accepting responsibility for your own actions and coming to peace with yourself, and then coming to your own mind and becoming free of it. Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, more oftentimes worse, that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. That is written by Anton LaVey in the Ninth Satanic Statement. These statements are found at the beginning of the Satanic, if you're interested in them.
Well, that's where you had said in your bio and stuff. It says you are in the Thulian followers of Anton LaVey, and Anton LaVey. I did research on him. If you're going to be a sinner, be the best center on the block. So I guess my question to you in the universe, do you think it was the God of the Bible that made the world?
Well, we have like a couple different creators. Now, the God of the Bible is called Yaldabaoth, and he's what's called a lesser creator. It's a very complicated story, and one that I've actually, admittedly, I haven't really read too much into Gnostic texts. I've read enough to be familiar with the overall concepts, but I couldn't quote you different sections. But Yaldabaoth is a lesser creator, and he's jealous of the illuminator or the ultimate creator, which would be the deity of the universe. And the deity of the universe created the universe. I mean, I don't know how to explain it all that well. Yaldabaoth is jealous of this deity, and he wants to create his own pocket universe. So he creates his own pocket universe, and he grabs a whole bunch of souls and he traps in a clay form, and he starts treating them as slaves. And that's where we come in.
So the God of the Bible is the lesser, the illuminator. It sounds very similar to what the Bible says. Satan is an angel of light. Is that Satan then is the greater creator? So Satan is more important than God.
He's one of three beings, one of three greater divinities that teaches Adam on how to be free. And you can find this in the Apocalypse of Adam, that Adam is talking to Seth and teaching him the history. And part of the Apocalypse of Seth, I was actually reading it earlier today to refresh myself, because the Apocalypse of Seth, someone told me that this is actually the document that was separated at the Council of Nicaea. That was the second alternative ending, that it actually contained that part, that story.
Stop.
So I was researching, and I was like, okay, let's just double check.
Mark, do you have any information, or have you ever done any research on that?
No, I haven't. I've never heard of the Apocalypse of Adam.
I haven't either, but then I've not heard about a lot of the apocalyptic books. The other thing is that this fella down in the lower right-hand corner that's speaking reminds me a lot of what his story that he's telling me reminds me a lot of the month that I spent with the fella that I call Alien Guy.
Mhm.
And his name is Larry, but I just call him Alien Guy because for a whole month he proceeded to tell me how Jesus was the Jesus that I know is not the Jesus that actually came to earth. And that's a whole nother story. I mean, I know you want to
Alien
listen to
Guy.
this.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm actually doing some laundry too, so I'll be in and out, but I am giving at least half of my attention.
but this story that he's talking about the God of the Bible is the lesser God, and that there is the other one that is I'm just going to use my terminology, the one that is in charge of everything. He's the light, and then he breaks this up to where there's actually three of them. What this is reminding me of is a lot of what Larry had talked to me about, but it's everything that the God that spoke the world into existence and all of creation into existence. Lucifer, the one that was cast out of heaven, the one I call TDO, has an imitation for everything. And this sounds like one of those imitations. And right now it's sounding like a very bad one. And I'm surprised Ken's not picking up on more than what, well, no, I'm not surprised. But, it's a shame he's not picking up on more of this. But then he lives in such a confined little world, he might not be aware of anything other than what somebody might inform him, like his tech guy or something. But I just wanted to share that with you because what he's saying is absolutely another gospel, the one of the ones that Paul talked about. Anyway, you can go back and play it again unless Mark has anything more to say, or if you do, Gigi.
check this. And so what the apocalypse of Adam is Adam is talking to Seth, and he's teaching Seth in the 750th year of his life, his origins. And he states that, God created him and all this other stuff. And then he found out that God wasn't who he was claiming to be, and that him and Eve were fearful, and they served God as slaves. And it literally uses that language. You can go research it. It's not a very long text. It's part of the Gnostic text. So yeah, and he goes through, he gives various things, and then at the bottom, it talks about a group of people who resisted the power, quote unquote. This is what Adam is referring to as being Yaldabaoth or Sekel. Sorry, I had a cat getting sick. He says there's a group of people who resist the power, who will be covered in darkness, and these people will be the illuminated ones. They're the ones who will be blessed after all is said and done, and elevated to basically their own godhood status.
All right. In order to repeat myself on this, just to make sure that we have a foundation to go from the start, did we start from abiogenesis? Did some inanimate properties or materials evolve and become sentient, alive? Or was there a creation account, either by God or gods or whatever the case might be? That's where we start.
I'm going to go on record right now and say I am not a biophysicist. I am not. I do not have any degrees in that, and I cannot speak on that.
Okay, well, I understood him to say that he believes there was a creator. God of the Bible is the lesser creator, and the illuminated one, which I would take to be Satan, is the greater creator. And those who follow his teachings are the illuminated ones. They're the brights. They're bright enough to know that the God of the Bible isn't true, and Lucifer really is going to win in the end. So they're following what they think is going to be the winner. And if Satan, by the enlightened one, Satan, the angel of light, then they get to go to whatever happens when they die. What does happen when you die?
Well, that's actually a really good question. We do have a belief in hell. It's not something that we talk about. Most Satanists don't know what happens when they die. I'm probably one of the few who actually, has been dead and can speak on it to a degree. We go to hell, happily so. Hell is not what most people think of it. It is an underworld. It would be what the Greek underworld would have been described as. There are places in hell that you don't want to go, such as Tartarus, which is the lowest depths of hell. We do believe that hell was reshaped from the Greek and Roman underworlds during the fall. We believe that there was a large battle fought that shook the cosmos to such a degree that it the underworld into the pit of hell. And therefore you get your 9 circles or layers of hell. We believe that there are certain sections, the upper layers, that are more pleasant, or they can sometimes be rough to be in. And then we believe that the ultimate lower levels is where the prisons are for those people who just can't get past themselves, or they've done something really bad.
Yeah, what would cause someone in your theology to go to the lowest part of hell? What do you mean? How do you define good and bad? What makes somebody go to the lowest?
Generally speaking, it's not very often that a person would go to that section of hell. I'm not even sure on what would consummate enough bad going to that degree. I would say, on a personal level, if you've garnered to yourself enough negative karma or negative energy through your actions on Earth, and you're just overall just a complete douchebag for whatever reason, you're killing, raping, murdering, doing all sorts of things that just generally were malicious, then yeah, you might end up going down that way. But for the most part, what causes you trouble in hell is not so much demons poking at you because you had an affair or whatnot. It's your own guilt, your own personal hangups. If can. This is one of the things that a lot of people tend to forget with Satan. We don't need other people's forgiveness. We don't want other people's forgiveness because we have to come to terms with our own problems ourselves. We have to come to be accepting of ourselves, of our problems, and what we do. We call them the I keep forgetting this word. Basically, it is our own condemnations. That's what it is. It's our own personal condemnations. So if you die or you've lived your life in a state of constant anger, you're always angry at everybody or over stupid little things, and that's going to be tenfold, 100-fold in the afterlife. Forgive the lapping sound. That's my dog drinking. If you die in a state of extreme grief, like if you commit suicide, for example, you're going to be weighed down by your own grief. You need to come to terms with your own problems and how that in order to move on. No one's going to be sitting there poking you in the ass with a pitchfork or setting matches on fire between your toes. You're not going to be languishing in any lake fire. You're going to be causing your own problems, your own griefs, and you have to come to terms with them. Once you do, you can move on.
So
All right,
if you
ladies.
go
ahead there,
hang
Ken.
on. If a person goes to hell, they can then be good and work their way up in hell to these different levels. Is that your theology?
That's sort of Christianizing it. No. Yes and no. You work your way up by coming to terms with your own problems. You have to be at peace with yourself. So, okay, here's a good example. Years ago, I personally lost my daughter.
That almost sounds, what he's talking about almost sounds like what I understand purgatory to be. And that's a teaching of the Catholic Church.
Yes, it is.
And I think his form of Satanism is a whitewashed form of putrid mess.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I could almost see where a lot of people would buy into this because it has just enough good sounding stuff to sound like it's viable. However, it's not in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
And
I mean, it still works based salvation.
it is. And even when you get to hell, when you can deal with your own, when you can deal with your own faults and everything else, then you can actually, as it progress to a different level of it. This man is interesting to listen to, but I certainly wouldn't buy into one syllable of what he's saying. You can go on if you want, Logan. He is interesting to listen to.
And it was doing inactions. I ended up doing some time in jail over it. And, I haven't seen her in years. I've had to come to terms with my own inactions and my own actions to be at peace with myself. Will I ever see her again one day? I hope so. But if I don't, then I'm not going to dwell on it. And I'm going to come to my own terms and forgive myself for my actions and try to do better with my son, so I don't repeat the same mistakes.
Okay, you mentioned, you mentioned things like worse and better quite often here tonight. Where's your ruler? How do you measure? What Anton LaVey said, if you're going to be a sinner, be the best sinner on the block. Did Anton LaVey go to hell? I mean, apparently he wanted to be a sinner. How do you guys define it? Is he being punished in hell?
Nope.
He's having a good time. He's having a good time in hell.
He's living his life. He's being in his happiest life. And yes, I'm one of those people who have astral projected. I have trained myself to do that. I have my own personal beliefs, and I've written my books where I've had my own personal encounters with the spirit of Anton LaVey, as well as Michael Aquino and a few others. And yeah. So yes, Anton LaVey is in hell. He's not in heaven. He never repented on his deathbed. He was intubated. He couldn't say anything, and he was in a coma. He's in hell, and he's happy for it.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been there.
Oh, okay. So when the dog bit you when you were 7 years old, you went to hell for 20 minutes? Is that it?
I went to the afterlife. I saw some of this.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm always curious how a person who believes in evolution can determine right and wrong. I mean, what exactly is right and wrong? Where's the standard? I've got a book that tells me thou shalt not commit adultery. Okay. Is it okay for a Satanist to commit adultery?
We have no rules against it, but I wouldn't, I've been a victim of adultery. My wife, she walked out on me and my daughter to go be a teenage boy. Do you think I'm going to be a very big fan of adultery on a personal level? No. I've seen the damage it can actually do. I've seen the damage it can do to entire families. Would I say that that's a good thing? No. What I would say is use your best judgment. We in Satanism, and you pulled up some of our different lists of personal commands and whatnot, the 9 satanic sins, the 11 satanic rules of the earth, and the 9 satanic statements.
I get up for you here. The 9 satanic statements, this right here?
Yes, that's the very first one. If you give me a second here, I can pull it up in my book so I don't have it at your screen there. And so we can go over them together there.
Yeah, I should have blown up the whole thing where you can read it more here, but I only blew up this.
It's fine. I got it right here. I actually got it right here. So the first statement says Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. What does this basically mean? It basically means live your best life. Oh, that's good. Live your best life and indulge. Don't try to restrain yourself too much. Actually, a really cute children's book that goes over many of these statements. Each story in the book is a lesson on how these statements are supposed to be taken. Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. Well, for most part, many Satanists don't know what happens in the afterlife, so they choose not to focus on it. Instead, they choose to focus on the here and now. Satan is the god of the flesh, after all. Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical deceit. Now, this is one of the more philosophical ones in these ones. Undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. Hypocritical self-deceit we define as lying to yourself about yourself. You say that you're not going to be a certain way, such as you have a gay guy, sitting there trying to pretend that he's straight, and yet he's got these predilections. Well, for us, we'll sit there, we'll talk to ourselves. We will literally self-analyze ourselves, and we will be completely honest with the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so we will get to know ourselves. This is undefiled wisdom. Okay? So we're not listening to any outside criticisms of ourselves. We're just going to criticize ourselves and find our own personal truths, whether we like it or not. Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates. I'm pretty sure you could agree with that, Kent. You get somebody who's just going to sit there and belittle constantly. Are you really going to want to give them your time of day, or let alone half of your life?
So you're saying what Anton LaVey said here is Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it, but don't waste love on other people, right? Whereas Jesus would say, love everyone, right?
Yeah. And here's the next one. You're going to like this. Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. Now, in the Satanic Bible,
Did you notice how he didn't answer the question? He was asked, would he treat somebody that was speaking ill with him and everything with kindness and love? And he didn't answer the question at all. Just a thought. Go ahead.
There is actually a statement that follows along with that. And Jesus said that should a man smite you on one cheek, give him your other. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. In Satanism, we say, should a man see you on one cheek, smash him in his other, kick him hip and thigh, give doom for blow, scorn for scorn. And when he goes his way, he shall have much new wisdom to ruminate over.
Okay.
Basically,
And,
we stand up for ourselves. We don't just sit there and act like a dog that rolls on its back when kicked.
Stop.
Well, right. Satanism is in many.
Logan, this sounds like pure, unadulterated, what we know as humanism. It's whatever feels good for me, whatever is the outcome for me. Don't forgive anybody. Smash them in the jaw if they say something bad about you, if they do something bad. Isn't that what he said? Just smash them in the jaw? There's no
Yeah.
such thing as turning. Yeah, there's no such thing as turning the other cheek or returning good for evil. And this is what I understand is the purest form of humanism. Now, humanism, uh, there are some people that use a derivative of it that says, you know, we're still kind to other people, but it's we're the ones that create our own good and bad and so forth. And I'm not putting everybody into one jar. There are some people that believe differently, that believe humanism, but this what this fella is teaching is just really, it's hard to listen to, but it's needful to listen to. Thank you for playing it today. I'll let you go on.
You're welcome.
Share the opposite of Christianity. Is that a reasonable
In
thing
a
to say?
lot of ways, yes. In a lot of ways, but in a lot of ways, you'd find it very parallel too. It's very interesting because a lot of Christians nowadays are conservatives. Well, they would be very surprised to find that we're conservatives too. Unlike Temple or the recent Church Satan, let's not even go there. Satanists in Anton LaVey's time were very conservative. We don't believe in abortion. We don't support that with abomination. Most of us are Republicans. We're right wingers, and generally we believe in out and bothering people, and we believe that if a person tries to bother us, we ask them to stop. If they don't stop, well, that's when things get fun.
All right. Well, Brett, I think we got a lot of questions coming in. I'd like to hear his answer to somebody else's question.
All right.
All right. I mean, originally the discussion, I think it's great what you guys have been talking about, but we were supposed to kind of direct our discussion towards evolution. And I guess one of the things I'm a little miffed about here is did we end from some kind of inanimate object? Atheists believe we came from rocks, some juice came out of it, some snot got hit by lightning, and it became alive. So did animals actually become other kinds of animals as evolution talks about, or are we is evolution goal oriented? Let's go with that. Is evolution goal oriented?
I would say, I'm an evolutionist. That's just my personal belief. What do I have to back that up? It's just my belief. It's how I was raised.
All right. So you both realize after conversations with evolutionists, they usually believe some kind of random, chaotic material and properties came together and formed this. The creatures change after time. After time, magic is time for them. So is this goal oriented? Is the gods behind you, Lucifer, is what I'm getting at.
Well, if we listen to Gnosticism, then we would say Yaldabaoth did it. But we could also into other aspects of Satanism, such as Cthulhianism. As I said before, Cthulhianism is an element of Satanism. Most of the time we use it as our end times story, but in Lovecraft's literature, he has a creation story where humans were created by elder things, by what we would call elder gods, which would be aliens that we just don't understand. They're beyond our understanding. Could that be possible? I don't see why not. And if that's the case, then wouldn't that sort of fit in with Brett's theories as well?
So, Lucifer, one of the reasons why I'm putting this out there, and I hope this isn't confusing for folks, but you and Kent are similar in that you believe in the concept of God and the devil, right? It's just you have ideas on how he's represented. The issue is here, did God create us fully man and woman, or did we evolve out of some mud or some kind of pond is what I'm getting at.
Like I said before, Brett, I don't know. I'm not a time traveler. I didn't go back in time in my DeLorean to go see the creation of man or the creation of life on Earth. All I know is that we're here
As
now.
a DeLorean, that's
have a
cool.
point of origin, whether that's evolution or creationist.
I thought about that.
Yeah, he said he didn't go back in time in his DeLorean. Wouldn't that imply that he has a DeLorean? That's more interesting than this hogwash they're talking about. Let's check out the DeLorean. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I am not qualified to say. I have my personal beliefs, and that's where I'm going to stick. I'm not going to force them on other people.
Well, let's go this route.
I can respect him for saying that.
Ooh, boy.
He says he doesn't know. I think I could respect him for saying I don't know.
Sure. There's nothing wrong with saying I don't know when you don't know something.
That's right. Instead of putting something in, I wish a lot of people would say I don't know instead of trying to explain it all in detail and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, in the right context, that's the right answer a lot of times.
I mean, I'm not saying that he's right about anything and or everything else other than his own personal beliefs, but to say I don't know is an appropriate thing to say if you don't know. Now, let's give him some credit where it's due, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Boy, oh boy.
Credit given.
How does evolution play a part in also your theology?
Well, evolution, as part of everything, is most Satanists were Darwinists. And Kent pointed that out. We're Darwinists, social Darwinists, but we're also, a lot of us are very evolutionist. And that's mostly because most Satanists, especially nowadays, have no understanding of the spiritual concepts. I'm not going to sit here and say that evolution is wrong. I'm not going to say it's right. But what I will say is that...
Whoa, did he say Satanists have no concept of spiritual concepts?
I'm not sure if that's... go back.
Yeah, can you
play that again?
Rewind that a little bit. And then stop after he says that.
Kent pointed out, we're Darwinists, social Darwinists, but we're also, a lot of us are very evolution-based. And that's mostly because most Satanists, especially nowadays, have no understanding of the spiritual concepts.
That's what he said.
Yeah, he said most Satanists nowadays don't have an understanding of spiritual concepts. But I think he's already kind of made a delineation between himself and most Satanists. So I don't think he's speaking necessarily on his own behalf there.
Yeah, but I'm just the very fact that because isn't TDO himself a spirit?
Sure.
And they have no concept to okay, never mind.
Yep.
You know where my
I hear
brain's
you.
going.
I hear you.
Okay. Thank you. Continue.
I'm not going to sit here and say that evolution, I'm not going to say it's right. But what I will say is that it's definitely far older than 6,000 years old. And I'm not going to say that a flood separated and organized all the bones by weight class into different layers. Simply put, when we look at that, that would mean all the layers would have had to dry at the same time. I have not seen anything that proves that or disproves that. So,
all right. Well, I love you both, but I'm going to try one more thing. And if this doesn't work for you both, then I'm going to just let you guys do what you want to do on this. Did we come from primates? Are we some form of monkey that to the sophisticated, somewhat man that we are now?
I'm going to let Kent go first on this one. I'm going to let him have one.
Absolutely not. We were created in God's image, and it wasn't Lucifer. Lucifer's the loser. He's going to lose in the end. He did not create anything. He saw God create things and wants to take credit for it, and he made up some dumb book, Satanic Bible, to get people to believe in it. But no, Lucifer's the loser. He's going to be cast into hell. We were made in God's image. We have descended. We have deviated from that into our modern society today.
He would have been better off just saying yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, he didn't answer the question at all, actually. We are primates. It's not that we came from primates. We are primates according to the taxonomical classification system.
Okay, and now so you see, I don't recognize that system.
Well, it's a scientific classification system.
Well,
it doesn't make a difference on, I'm this person or that person. It's not talking about our source. It's talking about our relation to other living creatures.
I understand that, and I understand that it's a scientific classification. I do not think that when they put that classification together, they put it together properly. That's my own viewpoint. And it goes back to before I even knew who Jesus is and that there is a God that exists. I stood up in class one day and insisted that I was not an animal, I was a person.
Yes.
And it goes back to that. I can't explain it. It's just so deep seated in me. I'm not going to argue with somebody about it, but I think when scientists put that classification together, because they classify us as mammals because we have mammary glands, they've classified man as an animal and not given mankind a classification of their own. So anyway.
Right. And well, I mean, sometimes we have to borrow terms just to find common ground when talking about things. And even to say I'm a person, that's borrowing a legal term, because a person is someone who's been born, but a human being begins at conception.
And I understand that, but it's taking a form being that has been given a soul and was created in God's image in the same classification, and there's something about me that just rubs really wrong.
No,
I would never argue. Listen, you and I are still going to be friends. I love you. And it's all right. I don't see that yet, and I haven't been able to mentally come to terms
I
with
hear
it.
exactly what you're saying, and I'm
Yeah.
not trying to be contrary to it. I just wanted to point out the fact that we often borrow terms from, or both sides do this to find common ground on, to say that we are primates is borrowing the term primates from the scientific field. To say that we are not primates is doing the same thing, because primates is inherent to that classification system. So yeah,
Right.
I get what you're saying, though. I definitely see a huge difference between mankind and animal kind.
Absolutely, and that's why I don't like the way science did their classifications on that. But then I'm not a scientist, and I'm just a little old lady of 24 sitting here crocheting listening to this.
Yes.
It's like my viewpoint is going to make a major difference in the whole world concept of things. But you never know it. Maybe it could.
There you go.
Anyway, all right. Is that Mackenzie?
Yeah, she's talking to. I'm not sure if she's talking to me or talking to herself or talking to her computer.
Oh,
She's
all
got her
right.
headphones on, so I don't think she's talking to me.
All right. Okay, back to the video.
Man has not improved from apes up to humans. Exact opposites happen. Some are acting like apes now, but no, we were made in God.
Yes, apes did develop into a humanoid primate, but I think I've made this point very clear. Homo sapien and Neanderthals were living at the same time. However, we have a clear cut. Oh, Kent, I'm getting an echo from you.
Yeah, we got to mute our mics when the other person's talking, or we're going to have all that problems. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. We have a clear-cut evolutionary ladder up until Neanderthal man. However, we do not have an evolutionary ladder to Homo sapien, our species of human. Our species of human popped up out of nowhere. Where's the missing one? At what did the apes separate and start developing into us? We don't have that. We don't even have anything that states that we developed from Neanderthal man. As a matter of fact, there is scientific evidence, actually overwhelming scientific evidence, that states that we were present at the exact same time as Neanderthal man, and that, we were even possibly interbreeding with them. How is this possible? Where did we come from? Forgive the cat noises. My cats are about 8. So, no, yes and no. Yes, humanoids developed apes, but where did we come? We seem to pop up out of nowhere. Kent's bringing up some good pictures here. Can we see? Can you find a picture, Kent, of Neanderthal man's head compared to Homo sapien head? Yeah, something like that. How do we get from one to the other?
We did.
Unfortunately,
I
muted still.
Okay. Okay. The same designer made the apes and the humans, but there are thousands and thousands of differences. The fact that there are some similarities proves the same designer, no relationship. Nobody's ever seen an ape produce a non-ape baby, or a monkey produce a non-monkey, or a gorilla produce a non-gorilla, or a human produce a non-human. The whole evolutionary
he didn't say
cow.
cow.
Sequence is imagination. It doesn't happen in nature. Pipe dream. Somebody smoking marijuana and made up these charts about it's coming from an amoeba or something. It's real stupid. Somebody said so. There is no evidence at all of any animal ever producing something other than their same kind. But they make these dumb trees. Here, I'll show you one here. Here they've got here we go, up at the top. That's box right there. All the humans evolving from an ape-like ancestor. This is in a public school textbook that kids have to learn from. I believe all the butterflies probably had a common ancestor, but that does not prove butterflies had a common ancestor with frogs and fish. So these family trees are pure baloney. They're pure nation. I think it's criminal to teach that to children at taxpayer expense. If some person wishes to believe a protozoa turned to a human, they can have all the beliefs they want. I don't care. But it shouldn't be tax funded to teach that to the kids.
Would it still be criminal to teach kids the wrong thing if it wasn't paid for by taxes? If taxpayers weren't paying for it, would it still be criminal to teach kids the wrong thing?
I think our First Amendment lets us teach our kids whatever we want.
Well, yeah, but he says it's criminal so I'm just wondering if we're not paying for it, is it criminal? I think it's wrong to teach them wrong things, but we can't teach kids anything. Parents can teach kids anything they want, right or wrong.
And you can also counter teachings that you don't believe to be true that your kids learn in school. It's an
You know,
opportunity to educate.
did you hear this fella down there at the bottom, if he's still there? Uh, something about him being dead and a dog attacking him.
Yeah, he was in a coma or like clinically brain dead for 20 minutes, he says.
He may still be
From
a
a dog
little brain
attack.
dead. Well, he may. I said
Yeah,
he may.
I'm sure he's
but-
never heard that one before.
Well, I'm sure he has. But here's the thing. He has yet to say he was raised in a Baptist church. What caused him to? Has he said what were the circumstances that caused him to lose his faith, to walk away from it, to become who he is now?
Well, I think it was his experience of dying.
Oh, yeah,
Well-
I heard Miss Faithful, the other time he talked to him, he said that he had something happen to him where he had a weird dream where he thought that dream told him that God of the Bible is a dictator or something.
Oh, okay. I can understand that. Thank you, Logan, because you get a chance to watch a lot of these things that I don't.
Yeah, it was.
And
We saw it on Father Charles. What happened on there? And that's when we saw the Lucifer guy say that. It was round one.
that he had a dream.
Yeah, when he
And
got hurt, I guess.
Okay. All right. That helps me to understand his thinking, although it's not what Logan, you do know what he's teaching is not right, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Well, you're
crazy.
a smart guy, so I was just wanting to make sure that you understood that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to ask, what if Kent joins his side? What would
Kent
you do?
joins his side.
What if he's already on his side?
Well,
I mean, this is the Brett King show, so.
yeah, it's kind of. Brett King will do anything to get views, won't he?
Want me to continue?
Yeah.
Nothing. We've never seen produce a non-ape or a gorilla produce a non-gorilla. It's just imagination. And they're welcome to believe that.
Can I stop you for a quick second? Sorry, I don't mean to stop your roll. This seems to be something that you and I would actually be able to agree on. Am I correct in stating that there is nothing in the fossil record that where Homo sapiens diverged from Neanderthal man?
I would go further than that, say there's no such thing as a fossil record. There are fossils, trillions of them. All fossils indicate is they died. When you find a fossil in the ground, you could prove is it died. You could not prove it had any children, or certainly any different children. All we know is this clam died. Okay, I don't know if it had any children or not. So, and we certainly don't see anything today alive producing offspring that are different than their own kind. Humans make baby humans every single time. So this whole idea of a family tree is imagination.
Well, well, even the family trees is your choice, but am I in a simple yes or no answer? Nothing added to it. Is my assessment correct?
There is no evidence of humans, of apes turning into humans or humans coming from apes via fossils or any other method. We know there are thousands of DNA differences. So if I get your question exactly, I don't want to be locked into a yes or no answer without a qualifier. But there is no evidence in fossils that have been found of any animal turning into something else. None.
Okay. So that would actually be, I am correct on that. And that's something that we can agree on. Kent wants to go further in details on it. That's fine. But there is no records showing where Homo sapien split off from the rest of the monkey family into what we are now. So in that, we have something going on here. That would lead to creationists, Where in the history of the Earth does that happen? That's debatable. You know, Kent wants to say that Earth is, what, 6,000, 8,000 years old? Can you correct me here, Kent?
Yeah, 6,000. That's what the Bible dates add up to.
Okay, thank you. He wants to say that it's 6,000 years old. I believe that the Earth is much older than that, and that humankind has only been around for maybe about
6,000
million years or so. Not even 100. $30,000 years, probably. That's a pretty small amount of time frame when you look at the entire age of the. It's about the only time that I want to give a shit about the age of the planet.
Right. On my video series, I show lots of scientific ways to show this whole planet cannot be billions of years old. For example, the Earth is spinning, but not every day. Excuse me. They know why. Tidal frictions, Coriolis effect, etc. The prevailing wind patterns, the lunar drag. We know the Earth is slowing down. There's no question. They know it is. And you cannot keep slowing down for billions of years until you stop. And if you go back billions of years, the Earth would have been spinning so fast, there's no life to be here for lots of reasons. So I covered every Friday night on the Genesis Baptist Church channel, each one a different topic of how to prove the Earth simply can't be billions of years old. The moon goes around the Earth, but the moon's getting further away. They know that. It's leaving us about 1.5 inches a year. All the people who studied this said the lunar problem is you go back, bring the moon in closer. 1.4 billion years ago, the orbit snapped together. It is simply not.
You need to drink water there, Brett? Or...
I need to quit. I've been talking too much this week. My throat's killing me. But
I hear you.
Kent, you want to get you some water real quick or something to drink?
I've got water here. I got water. I'm drinking it. But my video number 1 of my series you get on Genesis Baptist Church goes through about 30 scientific indicators. The Earth cannot be billions of years old. Forget the Bible. It can't be scientifically for simple reasons that are covered on video number 1.
All right.
Yeah,
while Kent's trying to get his coughing under control, let's give him a break and whatnot, because the poor man looks like he's about ready to die here.
All right.
I'm sorry. I got a rib on you there, Kent.
Well,
but
hopefully have some tea or something. But go ahead.
Yeah. I just finished off my coffee.
Yeah, Brett, it's been an hour, and I've really had a long day. I think we both clearly expounded our positions. I think I disagree with him. He disagrees with me. He thinks Lucifer is the great creator. I think Lucifer is the loser. And I think he's going to bow before Jesus Christ one day. Even Lucifer is going to bow before Jesus Christ. He's going to be cast into hell, and it ain't a party down there at all. It's called the lake of fire.
Well, let's wrap it up with me asking Kent one final question. Okay. Does that sound fair to you, Kent?
Sure.
Okay.
Hi.
Now you say Satan's going to be the loser. Okay. That I'm going to go to hell and it's not a party. What would happen? Say you're right. Say hell is not a place, and whether I go down there or not is completely regardless. What if, let's say, what happens if you've done something, and we were mentioning how all the different denominations of Satanism and Christianity are always infighting and whatnot, and everybody's saying, "Oh, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong." What would you do if one of the other denominations was right and you were the one that was wrong, and you ended up going to hell? That you were not raptured, the rest of the chosen ones from, by God.
That's a good question.
Hi, TTOR.
Hello.
Hi,
Justin
TTOR.
works too.
Hi, Justin. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Just taking it easy compared to the rest of my week.
Oh, Justin, it's good to see you.
Yeah, because back when you last saw me, I was a full-time caregiver. Now I'm a full-time TV producer at my church. So I try to find time to keep doing the TTOR thing when I can.
Oh, nice.
Awesome. How you been?
Tired. Earlier this week, we were clearing out a floor of furniture at the local Hilton Hotel, and it was a lot of work.
Ooh, what were you doing that for?
For the church.
Ah, you moving over there?
No, we made a deal with them. They are selling us all their furniture, and we're going to sell most of it at our coming spring yard sale.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking like beds, television monitors, rolling office chairs. We're talking love seats that turn into beds, like couches, and a bunch of other stuff, including all the carpet tile, which there was a lot of that, believe me.
Yeah. Are they remodeling or closing up or what?
They're remodeling the hotel one floor at a time. So we just did the remodeling of the top floor. And then in about a month, we're going to go back there and do the same thing for a different floor. And then about a month after that, we're going to do the same thing for the last floor.
I'm just curious, and you don't have to answer. Are they donating that, or did they sell it to you at a good price? Or
I don't know what the price is, but they paid us to take it out.
Nice.
But this is all stuff that's like within 4 years old, and a lot of it looks brand new. So they're not selling us junk. We're getting really good stuff.
But they're paying you to take it out.
Yeah. Which is good. Good for us.
You can't lose with that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I've been trying to do a weekly show on my Rumble channel and keep making TTOR content when I can. After I'm done here, I'm probably going to film another offline standalone video.
Oh, awesome. What was the name of that comic book you're making? I forgot what it's called.
The which book?
The one where I forgot where he is a superhero. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about Hanover. Yeah, my superhero novel.
Oh,
yeah. That's a really good story that I crafted, and I do have plans in the near future to start working on a sequel. First thing I got to do, though, is I got to sit down with my publisher and make a new edited version of the first book that takes care of some mistakes that made it through the editing process.
Oh, that's good.
Like grammar stuff, not like story restructuring or anything like that.
Oh, would you like if they made that into a movie?
I kind of wrote it that way, yes.
Oh.
I wrote it from the perspective of it gets turned into a movie. And I see Missing Mods over there saying, I got to go to Rumble more. I don't even check it. I need to see if my music videos are getting any hits over there. Well, if it's music, you might be getting some hits over there, Missing Mod. There's a lot of people who are using Rumble these days. It's not purely a politics and news website, kind of like some of the other alt-tech sites like BitChute and Odyssey. So Rumble is a really good place if you're looking to do other kinds of content to actually invest into.
How's Quarter?
It's doing all right. Still going. Still paying the bills. Still really small. But I don't have money to market it. And I don't have a big social media following, so I can't really expect any more than that.
I remember that one time I came on your show, your wholesome Brett King show, and he did that thing about superheroes like Stanley Superhumans and all that stuff.
Yeah, I did that to talk about how superheroes are merely over exaggerations of real people with real superhuman abilities that have been documented to exist in reality. And my primary sources of that were Stanley's Superhumans and also Samson in the Book of Judges. But I also played clips from Unbreakable to better illustrate and explain the concept.
Yeah.
I'm excited you came on Logan's show.
What?
I'm excited you came on Logan's stream. He's only had it since probably about January.
Yeah, he's been asking me to come on now and then for months, actually, and I just didn't have time before.
Thank you for coming on. Have you talked to G-Man? I think he's back on now.
No.
Yeah. Oh,
G-Man. G-Man's the one who accused me of being an atheist because I made the video about Kent Hovind, right?
Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, that's crazy. That was crazy.
That was the room where he went in and accused literally everyone in the room of being an atheist, even though only one person out of like the 8 or 9 people there were all Christians.
Oh yeah,
Sounds like a Hovindite tactic.
yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He's a big fan of Hovind. I think he made a video against Cindy. I think
Probably.
What
Yeah,
G-Man did?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I don't
He
think I've seen
definitely
that.
he definitely was verbally abusive towards all of us that day.
Yeah, I think you might have been on there too, Mark. I'm not sure. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I'd have to go
I
look
don't-
at the video I have on my channel and see if Mark's on the screen at all.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met G-Man like in person or online. I've just heard about him.
You're not missing out.
That's what I hear.
He's crazy guy. Oh yeah, and do you know? We think of that time. It had been a long time since I talked to you. Do you know that? Well, have you ever been on Father Charles' show?
No, I think I got invited once or twice, but I never went on.
Oh yeah.
He just deleted all of his content last night.
Yeah. Well, I did learn
Everything.
some things about YouTube censorship recently that I had not heard before, but it actually kind of makes sense and it would explain some people's actions. Apparently, if you build up a really big video library on YouTube and you have like a bunch of videos from years ago that got some views or whatever, those videos actually can weigh you down in the YouTube algorithm for some reason. So sometimes people go back and delete the older content so that they stay circulating in the YouTube algorithm with their newer videos.
Gotcha.
And then another thing I learned from my friend Tom, Switch to Linux, or as his Christian channel is, Our Walk in Christ. He actually told me that his Switch to Linux channel, which has almost 65,000 subs at this moment, he actually started getting more views and subs on the channel again when he stopped watching Christian conservative content on YouTube on that channel and just started watching like neutral stuff or maybe even left-leaning stuff. So apparently YouTube doesn't just censor you based on the content you put out. They can also censor you based on the content you watch.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then I think that's true because I started getting a little bit of growth on my YouTube channel recently when I did the videos about Traffiton trying to get Tom canceled from the internet. Because during that time, I really wasn't watching anything on my main channel, and I was just uploading the videos and then, doing my normal thing everywhere else. And then I just got over 400 subs magically after that happened. So
nice.
There might be something to that. I think YouTube actually is punishing us for watching each other on their website.
That's crazy.
Stuff I don't have to worry about on Rumble or anywhere else. Say what?
I said the PGs are in trouble then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Proverbs guys.
Have you ever seen any of their shows?
I've seen a couple of Proverbs shows in the past, but that was primarily when he was on the Slander Cindy Lincoln Brigade with Kent.
Oh,
I haven't seen anything other than that on his channel, and he did participate in one of my shows a few months back, and he was pretty neutral, but I haven't seen him since then.
Oh, do you ever heard of this guy named Achilles? He's funny.
No, never heard of him.
Oh, consider yourself blessed.
He has a funny accent, is what Logan means. He's not that funny.
It's not that funny.
He says some really funny things. No, wait, I'm confusing him with,
Go ahead, use
with hip hop.
accent.
The guy who studies Jewish scatology. Jewish scatology. It's like, what the heck are you talking about, dude?
Oh,
yeah.
have you
John Gashella?
No, it's who is his name is Hip Hop Anonymous or something like that.
Hip Hop.
Sorry, I was just looking at Missing Mod's comments. She was referring to John Gashilla because I think he, at one point, was part of the Judaism crowd.
Yeah, now he's a Muslim.
That's a mistake. For a lot of reasons, that's a mistake. A lot of those reasons having nothing to do with the Christian worldview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have sex with kids.
Actually,
Well, that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, gangster.
Oh, go ahead. I think that Michael Jones guy I told you about before.
Michael Jones?
Yeah, Inspired Philosophy. He actually debated Muslim over if it's all right to marry little kids.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Muhammad is your example of how a Muslim should behave, which is what the Quran says, and you look at the fact that he married a 6-year-old girl and consummated that marriage when she was 9, if you know what I'm saying, yeah, you're going to be all into that kind of pedophilia as a Muslim.
Gross.
Yeah, it was messed up.
Especially when you read about Aisha's account of how she had to clean all the stains off of his clothes afterwards. Yeah.
No thanks.
Get your barf buckets ready.
Yeah.
Too late.
Crazy. Oh yeah.
I just added to Mark's laundry load.
Well, have you ever met Lupin?
I don't think so. Who's that?
Lupin?
Consider yourself blessed.
He's funny guy. I joke around with.
He's hilarious. I mean, he tells people to start shotguns and stuff. You know, that's so funny.
Yeah, that's messed up. Yeah, but I like to say Lupin, Tupin, takes a poop.
Wow, that's
and that about sums up Lupin. That's what he does. He comes and goes. He slaps and runs. He says some hateful things, and then he leaves the room.
Yeah,
it's just his style.
Lupin's got some mental and emotional issues and health issues, though. I think.
Yeah.
That doesn't say everything is right. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's messed up. Yeah, what he said to Mark before that was messed up.
Which time?
He said to Mark, remember the shotgun thing? That's messed up. What did you ask him about that? What did he say, Mark?
Oh, I was just messing around with him.
Yeah, that was crazy. TTOR, do you play Fortnite?
No. I dabbled a little bit with it years ago when it was a new game, but I never got into it. And
what type
I have
of games?
I have too many other games I play.
Oh, what kind?
Well, on my gaming channel that I have, I mostly play Access Football, which is an indie football franchise started by a Christian company that's turning out to be pretty good over time. And I also have a series where I play NCAA Football 07, the PS2 version. Of course, with that, I'm playing it on a PS2 emulator, which means I can render it in 4K instead of the original 480p that the game came out on a disc. So it looks like a next gen console game instead of a PS2 game, but it has all the same gameplay, game modes, depth, and all the things that I and others love about it. So I do that on my gaming channel. And then now and then I play other games, sometimes indie horror, or more recently, I started a series playing through the original Lego Batman video game, which is really fun and adorable. You guys should try that.
Oh, you know
that movie was too Lego Batman. Well, what was?
Well, this game came out in 2008.
There was a Lego Batman.
Yeah, this game came out in 2008, and this was before they started doing voice actors actually saying lines in the Lego video games. So literally, the whole time you're watching it, you just hear them going, just in like the character's tone of voice, though. So, you know, like Batman, it's like, and Robin's like, and of course, the Joker's just laughing nonstop because that's all you can really do with him.
Do you know Fortnite has a Lego game on there?
Yeah, I heard about that, but I haven't checked it out any further. Not interested.
It's not as good as the regular Fortnite game, and not for Lego games.
No, and then when you get into like Lego Batman 2 or like Lego Marvels, the original one that came out like 11 years ago. Those were like full blown open world games where you had side quests in addition to the main missions. You had all of Gotham, all of New York City to explore, and you literally had every character you could think of as a character you could play as while you're roaming around the city. So those games are super duper fun. And if I was going to play an open world kind of game, I would play those rather than Fortnite.
What do you think about RoboCop Rogue City?
I've heard of that. I heard about the woke stuff that's built into the story.
Oh,
I may at some point get it and play it just because it's a RoboCop game, but
yeah.
I'm a big fan of the movies, so I mean,
Yeah, it's surprisingly good for how cheesy it is.
yeah. Well, there have been RoboCop games done before, but none that were
Right.
great. I'd say the best RoboCop game I ever played was actually a Doom mod for GZ Doom, where they actually took the original RoboCop movie and turned it into a video game that plays like the old Doom games from the 90s. But it had like the RoboCop, world and the enemies and the weapons. And instead of Doom guy's face there, you have RoboCop's face there. And as you take hits, you sustain the kind of facial damage he does in the movies. It's really awesome. And it's really hard, too. If you play on anything other than medium, you're going to have a hard time advancing through levels. But it's really fun. It was like the most authentic. I would argue that it's probably the best RoboCop game in terms of being faithful to the source material and not, going woke.
Gotcha.
RoboCop and Terminator guest starred in a Mortal Kombat game.
Well, they've actually done crossovers before in the comics.
Yeah. And they made a video game, too, a long time ago. RoboCop
into that.
Yeah.
Someone should do like a really awesome, modern version of that. That's either a first-person shooter or a third-person.
Yeah.
Because that would be awesome in concept. It just, I haven't seen it done, with modern tech.
I wish they could make a movie.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't been done. Because, they did it for Aliens versus Predator with mixed results.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like I just fell into one of Logan's alternate universes.
Oh, no.
Nah, Logan's just a nerd like I am. That's all.
Well, I get that, but I'm listening to you guys, and it's like I don't have a clue as to what any of this is.
Hey, what GPU are you running?
What?
I said, what GPU are you running?
Beats me.
Let's just confuse her even more.
All I know is that my current laptop's a 4K gaming one that I got on sale for like 50% off, and normal price it's $4,000, so getting it half off was pretty nice. But I can do just about any kind of gaming videos I want now, and it makes the TTOR videos better as well.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Plus, it helps with the processing of videos when I create them. So, on my old laptops, if I did a full 1080p video that was like 20 minutes long, it would take it could take like an hour and a half, 2 hours to publish that video before I could go upload to the internet. But on something like this, that same video would take like maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I just upgraded mine. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't know. I got a new generation GPU. Very helpful. Very helpful.
Thanks a lot, Mark. You just fried what little was left.
Well, a GPU is the graphics processing unit. It's just an add-on card to your computer that helps it with graphical processes.
It makes your games look better if they can. Yeah.
I get it. I have a son that's IT, and he says, "Mom, I've told you this 100 times. Push the button to turn your computer on." I mean, it's just things like that. I turn my computer off, and I have to reprogram myself after 6 months of not using it. And then I hear you guys talking. It's like, I stepped into one of Logan's alternate universes. Okay. You young people are so much fun.
What happened to your channel? Did YouTube take it down, or do you still have it on?
Talking to me or her?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I never had one.
I'm still on YouTube.
Oh,
I was talking earlier about how I just cracked 400 subs again, which I haven't done in years.
That's awesome.
Because my original channel, I was on it for like 3 years, and I got up to like 530 subs before I made the decision to leave YouTube at the time, and I spent 4 years in the alt tech world exclusively. But then I came back like almost 2 years ago just for giggles when Brett invited me, and now I'm at the point where I'm at 400 subs again, which is cool. It would be fun if I could get back to 500, and it would be even more fun if I got to 1,000 at some point. But I'm not
ask
like
the PGs, they
putting
can
a
tell
lot
you
into
how.
that.
The PGs, they
Yeah, the
said,
PGs could tell you how to do it.
yeah.
All you got to do is cozy up to Kent.
Yeah,
sell your soul.
You guys
I
are
definitely don't
gotta
want to
do
do that.
No, what Kent did to Mark? Mark was leaving him alone and all that stuff. Then Kent start running his mouth about Mark again.
Was
saying-
that after Mark had the video on his channel where him and Kent were clearing the air?
It was before.
Oh, we had a discussion. Yeah, it was before that. Like I had left him alone for like 6 months almost, and he just out of nowhere starts saying, "Oh, Mark Stoney just made a video calling me a pedophile." Like I did no such thing. So yeah, we kind of got back in the mix of
So how did
trading
that
blows. I guess he did a
so how did
fake
that sit-down
apology,
video go with him?
and then well, okay, so I called him, and that was like a 45-minute phone call, and then the next day we were doing kind of a review of that phone call and talking about it, and Kent showed up, and yeah, it was pretty interesting conversation we had there. He's still, I mean, it may seem like we were clearing the air, making amends, but he's still holding on to the same lies. I mean, he did take back that I was kicked out of the military for being crazy. You know, that accusation
that's
was
a
floated
pretty
around
significant
for
retraction
years.
he made, so yay for him.
Sure, yeah. I'll take the wins when I can get them, but he's still holding
The
on
Cindy
to
stuff. Mhm.
Cindy's, the
Did
Cindy stuff.
Did he ever
for sure.
apologize for saying he apologized for saying that you were kicked out of the army because you were crazy, and you were found out later that you were crazy? Did he ever apologize for that, or did you guys come to terms on that?
Yeah, sort of, kind of.
Oh, that's right. He agreed crazy wasn't the right word, right?
Yeah, he says, okay, crazy's too strong of a word, but you do have psychological issues. I'm like, yeah, I have PTSD. That's definitely a mental
That's a
health
normal thing
condition.
you
I
get
mean,
when you go
yeah,
overseas and are in war.
yeah, but he's still trying to use it
Like
like it's some kind of debilitating, I'm not human, subhuman,
Look how
whatever.
debilitated Mark is right now.
Exactly.
He's got mental issues now.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So does
yeah.
everyone who works alongside Kent. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, the other
Yep.
day we had
I think it's like a prerequisite to be a DAL staff is you have to have some kind of mental something
the
going
other
on.
day we had Cindy in here, and her troll came on here, tagging it, saying she had a victim complex, all the tons of nonsense he said about her. Yeah,
Oh
it
no.
was crazy.
All new accusations.
You ever get any trolls like that?
Not a lot these days because atheists tend to leave me alone sometimes. But that Traffiton guy recently on YouTube, who's part of the Linux community, he tried to get my friend Tom canceled from the internet with a hit piece on him over his Christian views and his refusal to support the rainbow people. So I did a whole video series on that because I didn't want to make one single 2-hour video.
I think that was a while ago. I think I remember hearing about that. It's been a while.
Well, I did that series recently. It's like not even a month old.
Oh yeah, I thought we remember something like that. I'm not.
Well,
Sometimes.
Traffiton's really special because he displayed all kinds of things all at once, trying to get a Christian suppressed from expressing his Christian identity on the internet and then turning around later on and saying, no one's trying to suppress you from expressing your identity on the internet. That's just crazy talk. They're just trying to suppress you because you're a broken human being in desperate need of therapy.
Sounds like Kent Hovind.
So much better. Yeah, talking out of both
I
sides of their
remember
faces.
another guy you talked about who said he denied Jesus because Christians disagree with him, I guess.
Which guy?
It was a review you did before. It's been a while. This guy was on Twitter trying to deny Jesus.
Oh, yeah, that crazy guy. Let me find that on my list of videos here. Is it really that old at this point? Dang. Let's see. Oh, yeah. That's the guy that was on Twitter, and like every single day nonstop, he would copy and paste the same line that says that Jesus never existed. And then in a clarifying post, he said that he was going to keep saying that every day until Christians stopped demonizing the rainbow people and until they started supporting abortion.
Oh, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, because that makes you...
But I don't think you should demonize people, but I don't think you should murder them either.
Okay, I will bookmark this for later, Mark. All right.
Oh, Logan's gonna play
Who
it.
said that genitals define gender?
Full screen it. Full screen it.
What kind of logic is that? That's an ancient myth, you dogs.
It's an ancient myth, you dog.
I want to cancel that dog.
Who said genitals?
Go ahead, Logan.
But being able to call the cops at any given moment to falsely... So it's not murder. What are you talking? Answer the question. Yes, I have. Deadpool possesses regenerative powers. Yes. Now go ahead and utter your magic words and you might become just like him. That doesn't make any sense. How would identifying as Deadpool suddenly grant me his abilities? Like how identifying as a woman gave you the ability to get pregnant. Stop! You want to hear some magic? Dee-ba-dee, ba-ba-dee. Boo! May 1,000 new genders...
The pronouns will block out the sun.
1,000 new genders shall descend upon you.
That's messed up.
Oh my goodness. I laughed way too hard at that.
Oh, funny.
Oh, yeah.
We have to be able to laugh about social issues, right? I mean, like, legitimately, I understand that people struggling with gender dysphoria and various things like that, they have a struggle. They do. They're going through a lot. There's a lot of pain in that community, and we need to be supportive of them. But we can still laugh at stuff, right? Comedy's still real. It's a thing.
Yep.
Comedy is, he did make a comment that I picked up on. He said, "I'm not fat. That's a baby bump." Is that something we can use for Charles?
Wow. He's no longer the fat Catholic. He's the baby bump priest.
Because he's not the fat Catholic priest anymore, although he's not Catholic. But now he's the baby bump.
Well, it'd have to
priest.
be a priestess. The priestess, yeah. I'm gonna identify on behalf of Chuck, by way of Stephen Bolin, that Chuck is now a priestess with a baby bump.
It all works.
That did not come from me.
We think that.
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. I already know you're going to play it. Just go ahead and get it out of your system, Logan. Do it. I know it's coming.
Do it.
I want a hard priest.
Huh.
Oh, you killed me, dude. I'm dead. I'm done. That's it. That's the end of my career. TTOR, you can have my 500 subs. I'll gladly give them all away. Just
All
gonna
right.
go away and
Well, there
hide
you go.
now. You caught me. You caught me my true self. I want a hard priest.
Justin, did you understand what we were talking about the baby bump priest?
Are you talking about a transgender person?
No.
Father
I'll
Charles.
let somebody else tell it. Yeah.
Can't hold
So
up.
Lupin
Call-
come in the room the other day, barking at Father Charles about something, and he called him a soft priest. And I just thought that was a weird thing to say. I'm like, what are you talking about, Lupin? What do you want, a hard priest? And Logan has clipped that into eternity now.
And before that, though, either the PGs or
Kent
Hovind said that he was a fat Catholic priest. That's why I thought maybe he's not a fat Catholic. He's not fat. He's got a baby bump.
Yeah, I get it now.
Too many inside stories. You got to be filled in all the context.
Yeah, well,
obviously.
Yeah, well,
I've been away for far too long.
I don't know if Chuck is going to bring his channel back up, but next time he comes on to something, we have to ask him if he's not a fat Catholic priest anymore. He just has a baby bump, and then Logan can show that clip.
He's gonna come back as one of the overlords, right, Logan?
Isn't he one of the overlords?
Probably so.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here. It was fun hanging out with you guys. Good to see you again, TTOR. It's been a while.
Oh, Mark,
good to see you too, Mark.
It's been a pleasure, and just to hear your voice is it's an honor. Thank you, and thank you for
Mark.
all
Would you
go
like
ahead,
to
Logan.
come on later on when Brother Pike has a teaching?
Yeah, I might.
what
time is that gonna be?
7 p.m.
Okay, so that's gonna be
Is
like
he
4
teaching
my
on
time.
why he doesn't wear short pants?
I'm not
Yeah.
sure. He did.
It needs to be that.
Yeah.
The teaching on why Christian doesn't wear pants. I mean, short pants.
Yeah,
All right.
It's
Well,
not that we didn't discuss that for 45 minutes one day. So
I am
all right,
out of here. Y'all have a
I
good
think
one.
we're all out of here.
Peace.
I love you guys. Take care.
Bye.
Too.
Logan, I love you. Take care of
Love
yourself. Bye.
Bye. TTOR.
Yeah.
Would you ever like to have a show on here too?
Possibly, but I don't know when. Because like I said earlier, I do my own show every week on Thursday nights at 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. One week it's TTOR show. Next week it's God TV Radio, and it just alternates back and forth.
Yeah.
And then, but if my full-time job as a TV producer and then finding time to work on all my other content, I don't know when I'd be able to do that.
What show? What do you produce? Is it at your church?
I'm a TV producer, technically.
What show you produce?
Well, basically, I take the Sunday services, the sermons in the Sunday services that we live stream in the morning and the late morning, and I turn them into an hour-long program.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, and then on Tuesdays we live stream a prayer service, and I also make announcement videos for the youth group and for Sunday services, and we have a weekly update live stream that we do that's pretty short usually, that we do on Wednesdays or Thursdays.
Wow.
We actually have we're on YouTube, and I made sure to put us on Rumble and Quarter and YouTube as well. So let me actually grab their channel. I'll send you the link.
You want me linking into public chat too?
Sure. More exposure for them, the better.
Yeah. You if you want to, you could come on tonight for our Brother Pike's show.
I appreciate the invite, but I am going to be working on other content the rest of the day and relaxing. So,
that's good.
I can't, but I can. Let's see. Do I drop it in the private chat?
Yeah, and I could put it in the public chat for you.
Okay. Well, there's their YouTube channel. Their Rumble channel's starting to get a little bit of growth. We just hit we just picked up our 12th sub apparently last night.
Oh, that's good.
We're starting to get some views on our Rumble videos. It's like not much, but it's all right.
I just subbed.
To their YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, the Rumble channel for them is going to be important because at some point soon I'm going to really make a pitch to live stream to Rumble at least once a month.
Oh, that's nice.
And then I need to figure out a way where we can restream to Rumble from what we use. So that way they expand the places they're streaming to. Because Rumble right now is a much better place to stream to than YouTube is. So, especially if you talk about more controversial topics like my church does sometimes. So, yeah, that kind of thing needs to happen. I just got to figure out how.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you? Oh, he's sick. Oh, I need to. Next year, I'm going to be going to the UK.
Oh, you are? For what reason?
To visit my friend.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I can't wait. Have you ever been to any other countries?
No. I've been to California a couple times to go to Disneyland. And then right after high school, we did a family vacation to Washington, D.C., where we stayed in the JW Marriott, and we got to see some cool places in the area.
Joel Witnesses?
No, the JW Marriott is a hotel in Washington, D.C. It's like a few blocks down from the White House. The room we're in is high. The room we were in was high up enough that if you looked out the window, you could actually see the White House off in the distance.
Oh. Nobody heard JW, all Mexican JWs. Joel Witnesses.
Yeah. Well, the weird part about being in Washington, D.C. is that me and my family were the only white people there who were not wearing business suits.
Wow.
Everyone else who was there was either African American, black, or they were a white person wearing a business suit.
Oh. Well, have you ever been to what's it called? Oh, I just signed up for their Rumble thing too.
You just signed up for Rumble?
I mean that and for their channel.
Ah, okay. But you should consider streaming to Rumble too, because that's going to be much safer long term than YouTube. Especially if you accidentally or a guest accidentally says something and gets your channel taken down or your streams taken down. Those things won't happen on Rumble.
Yeah. Guys, what do you think of that Lucifer guy being a co-host of Brett's show?
Well, Brett has a lot of friends with different worldviews, and after having that guy on my show a couple of weeks ago with me and Brett, the guy, as whacked as his religious worldview is, he does seem to be a really nice guy, and he also has common political beliefs with me and Brett. So I can see why Brett made him a co-host. It's not because Brett's sympathetic to Satanism; it's because the guy's decent.
Yeah. What do you think he was on there with Ken Hova?
I saw the clips of that when I was listening and doing my thing before I came on today, and yeah, it's definitely a different person for Brett to talk to because he's not dealing with someone who denies God's existence or creation or anything like that. He's dealing with someone who has an alternative view of that falls into the same general realm. But yeah, that Satanist guy in particular took offense to me criticizing his out-of-body experience testimony. Because the description of the events he gave makes me believe that he was being visited by evil spirits who convinced him that evil Yahweh bad, and then that seed took hold in him so that by the time he left the faith a few years later after he came back to life. It kind of made sense. And his general opposition to God and holding to a worldview that says that God is creator, but he's a lesser creator and Satan's a greater creator. He's the illuminator. Well, that just makes sense for someone who is rebelling against God and was basically not brainwashed per se, but basically had evil spirits put that seed in him at a very early point in his life when he was on the verge of dying. I mean, as I said in my video about that, I'm more mad at the spirits than I am at him because basically they targeted someone and victimized them spiritually.
Yeah. I heard the other guy, people also say was visited by an evil spirit. He believes in a lady god, Rex. People always says he does. You ever heard of him?
No, but that sounds about right.
Yeah, he believes in a lady god. A lot of people always, like Lupin says that's really a demon pretending to be a god or something.
Yeah, and that's pretty typical because a lot of evil spirits will try to portray themselves as God to people or angels or say that, they're greater than God and God's just this, subpar entity. That's pretty common stuff when you look at the testimonies of people who encounter New Age spirits or they have UFO encounters.
Yeah, it's crazy. You ever heard of Dustin?
No.
He's a
well,
crazy.
Was he on some of Brett's shows a couple years ago?
I'm not sure. I know he's on the PG show, Pervert Guys, and he did meet Brett. He said Brett is marked.
Brett is marked?
Yeah. Yeah, he talks about he used to talk about witchcraft a lot and stuff.
I see.
But he said he became a Christian and stuff like that. What do you think of that guy?
I don't know. I don't have much info on Dustin Buck, so I can't say much.
He's a crazy guy. He really doesn't like Claude. He snapped at Claude before, and do you know Claude Bawles guy?
Was he the guy that was on your show in the beginning?
Yeah.
I think he may have been on some of the other shows when the whole Chris Jones Kent Hovind thing was happening a couple years ago.
Yeah, he goes that for Ken a lot, Claude. He does a lot of videos against him and stuff, and that's why Dustin doesn't like him, I guess.
I see.
Crazy. Yeah. You ever heard of Big Bad Mama?
Yeah, I know who that is. They tend to go after Kent and Proverbs Guy and sometimes Brett.
Yeah, and have you talked to Aiden?
No. I mean, he's been on some of the Brett's shows where I was there, and he may have been on one of mine, but nah, I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, and Sal, have you talked to him before?
I have not heard from Sal in a while, or Cindy Lincoln, but I do need to call Cindy Lincoln later about something that she's been talking about on her channel lately.
Yeah, I talked to her before. I had her on here before, and 2 times. One was she on here for the Q&A with Brother Pike, and hers is one time I had her entire show for her, and yeah, she been on there, been good, and she was on there, and yeah, the second time I had her on there was a troll guy trying to troll her. We keep on kicking him out. He keep on coming back in with different names.
Right.
He's a crazy guy. He's probably a Kent fan, probably. I'm not sure, but
could be. Because typically the only people who are really hostile towards Cindy Lincoln are the people who believe Kent's lies about her. So
yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, and I had her on there. You ever heard of Brian Newman?
No, I don't think so.
He was
that
known as the Dream Guy. He Stephen calls him the modern day Joseph from Old Testament, I guess. But yeah, and do you know Wesley?
The guy that's commenting right now?
Yeah. What do you think of Bill?
I don't even know what he's talking about, to be honest.
I think he might have been on Brett's show a long time ago, but he wants people to tell the vision and all kinds of stuff. We had a Big Bad Mama interviewed him.
Okay.
And here's this one day he just snapped at Mark. He was mad at him. People would say, "Your name is Allah." He said, "National Chief Allah."
I see.
It was so funny. I couldn't help. But
that's pretty weird.
Yeah, he. I try not to laugh, but I can't help it because what he said is funny. But he does have problems. But he used to be a big time celebrity who did a lot of music.
Oh, okay. So he's a musician.
I think he might have been on Brett's show, but yeah, he has mental problems now. But he's a likable guy. But I even seen him on the PG show. He went on there to go have problems on there too. Yeah. I think it might have been on Brett's show a long time ago. Do you think so?
I don't remember.
Yeah, but it's been a while. But yeah, it was crazy. But what movies have you been watching lately?
Well, I've watched a lot of movies lately. I was trying to think the last ones I did watch. Well, I did watch the new John Wick when it came out last year, and let's see, what else have I watched lately? Well, actually, I spent a lot more time watching old TV shows last year than I did before, and so far this year. So, like last year, for the first time ever, I watched the entire show Burn Notice, which
I heard of it.
Which apparently came out when I was in high school, but I never really knew anything about it other than seeing commercials in passing. Then I actually sat down and watched it last year, and I'm like, wow, this is actually pretty cool. In fact, it's so cool that I'm going to work elements of it into my next superhero novel.
Oh, I call your next superhero.
No, he's just there's gonna be a character similar to Michael Weston that's gonna be in that book.
Did that had Bruce Campbell in it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you ever heard Bible Man?
Are we talking about the Christian superhero one?
Yeah.
From the really cheesy movies?
Yeah.
Heard of it, never watched it, but it looked cheesy just looking at images.
Yeah, I actually saw it. It's kind of like Power Rangers meets the old Adam West shows.
Okay. That makes sense.
Christian version of it.
Right. I remember when I used to watch Saturday morning cartoons growing up, and it was back in like the Toonami days where it was on during the daytime. And so like on the Saturday morning cartoons on other channels, they'd have like the show Recess, and they'd have Doug, and they'd have the Rugrats, and they'd also have Power Rangers. And then around the same time that Power Rangers would come on Toonami, on Cartoon Network, they would replay all of that week's Dragon Ball Z episodes all in a row. So I used to watch Dragon Ball Z on TV all the time as a kid, and sometimes I'd see an episode because I'd still run home after school to try and get home, because usually I got home around the time that Dragon Ball Z would start on TV. So I usually was running down my long driveway on the farm trying to get into the living room in time to watch the show. But then when they started playing all the episodes on the weekend in the morning, I decided, it's okay if I miss an episode or two, because I'm going to watch it all in a row on Saturday anyway. So yeah, I did that a lot back then.
We used to go in a fight between Dragon Ball Z versus Pokemon.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm just kidding.
They wouldn't even be a blip on the radar to those guys.
Yeah.
Especially when you're talking about guys with the ability to destroy planets, like that. So.
Wow. Well, guys, have you heard anything? I remember back in the day. Did you ever debate Paul Gia?
I've never actually been in the same live stream room as him.
Oh.
He's just made some videos responding to me, or at least one video responding to me, and I've made several about him over the years.
Yeah, I remember those back in the day. Have you seen anything new he says or something?
No, I haven't been paying attention lately, but that's not going to stop me from checking him out later.
Yeah, he's. It's been a while since I've seen anything about him, but yeah, it's crazy. Have you ever heard of that guy Aaron Raw?
Yeah, Brett's talked about him a lot, and I've seen some of the footage of him on Brett's videos. But as far as Apologia goes, I noticed lately on Twitter, Apologia tends to say a lot of stupid, inflammatory things to get engagement from people. He's basically trying to cash in on rage engagement, rage clicks, rage views, etc., by saying obviously stupid and false things about the Bible and Christianity and all that.
Yeah. He always had stuff like that. Since the first video he ever made, he always had stuff like that.
Yeah, I still remember the time where he got canceled from. Well, let me rephrase that. He got his invitations to a homeschool conference that Ken Ham was speaking at and a dinner event at AIG in Canada. How he got his invitations to those revoked at the last minute.
Yeah.
And he was trying to portray AIG as these censorious bullies who were just trying to stop an innocent little atheist from listening to them talk, when in reality a year before he had publicly gone onto the Canadian media and he criticized the homeschool conference for booking Ken Ham as a speaker because it shows that they don't take children's science education seriously. And of course, he was demonizing Ken Ham in the media too at the time. So yeah, it made sense that they pulled the rug out from under him at the last minute because he was trying to get them canceled from Ken Ham's speaking engagement and trying to get them canceled in general. So frankly, he got what he deserved.
Yeah, I remember that. Been a while. So, yeah, I remember
But
that.
that was like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that.
Wow. Yeah, I remember a long time ago. Yeah. And that guy Aaron Raw, he actually been Brother Pike actually did an interview with him. That Aaron Raw guy, he's a crazy guy. Kid Hovel likes to call him the Sun God because the name Raw.
Because of his name, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go here.
Oh yeah, remember Michael Jones? You did a response video to him.
To Aaron Raw?
No, Michael Jones. Inspired for Hospital.
But wait, Aaron Raw responded to him or the other way around?
Oh, I think they probably debated before. I mean, you did. You did a response video to Michael Jones before.
Oh yeah, the one about Adam and all that.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, that's been a while too. I did that video, I think, at your request, actually.
Yeah, thank you. It was awesome. Yeah, that here's a lot of stuff I do like of his when he stands up for Christianity a lot.
Right.
Michael Jones. But yeah, he does go crazy a lot.
Well, when it comes to the issue of origins, he is towing the globalist narrative of evolution, billions of years, and Big Bang cosmology. And so, because he's towing that line, and because in his heart he views them as more authoritative than the Bible on origins, he's going to reinterpret the Bible to make it fit those narratives. And that's the primary difference between someone like him and someone like me. Someone like me, I'm not going to kowtow to any globalist narrative on origins, especially when I know it's false.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the USA Today in 2017 literally put out an article endorsing theistic evolution, not because it was true, but because they said that if you were willing to compromise on biblical creationism and evolution by creating a hybrid of the two, then you should be willing to do the same thing for every other hot topic issue that the globalists talk about. So we should be for gay marriage, we should be for abortion, we should believe in climate change, we should get the mask, get the jab, all that fun stuff that they want us to do now. According to the globalist logic that was expressed through that USA Today article, if we're willing to compromise on creation versus evolution, then we should be willing to compromise on everything else. And so I took those guys at their word, and I'm not going to compromise on origins because I know that's the slippery slope to all compromise.
He said the reason why he became a theistic evolutionist, he said it was Kent. He said Kent's arguments that work on MySpace back in the day. So he almost lost his faith, but he became a theistic evolutionist.
And that's where people like Sal have a problem with Kent Hovind, because there are a lot of creationists out there who make really good arguments against evolution and for creation that don't argue the same stupid stuff that Kent does. I mean, I think you may have been in the show I did a couple of years ago with Sal, where Sal gave an entire presentation on the bad arguments for creationism that Kent Hovind uses.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
And plus, when Kent does make a good argument for creation and against evolution, he's usually taking it from somebody else. He doesn't have a lot of original ideas on the topic.
I heard a lot of preachers who made the same stuff he did.
Yeah, I found that out myself just going through the internet many years ago. Like, I heard a lot of Kent Hovind's arguments. I'm like, they sound really good. And then I'd go scrolling through the internet and I find out, oh, turns out that there's all these other people who were making these arguments long before him. And he basically just copied what they were saying into his script and started saying the same things to get clout.
Yeah.
But Kent does have, to a certain people, a lot of charisma. And so when he says things that other people say, they tend to believe him and think he's awesome. But then if someone like me were to say similar things, they'd think, so that's cool. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. That's what Sal said. When Michael Jones said that, sounded just like what Sal said.
Yeah. But yeah, Kent Hovind sometimes makes really bad arguments for creationism that shouldn't be made, and that's causes some people to leave the faith, or in Michael Jones's case, caused him to embrace theistic evolution.
Yeah. Yeah, he said right to Kent Hovind's face when he debated him.
I almost lost my faith because of you, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. He also, but Michael Jones also had Cindy and Mary Toko on his show.
Yeah, I remember watching part of that back when that was a thing.
Yeah, that was crazy. And I know Cindy, she debates for younger creationism a lot.
Oh yeah, she's a young earther.
Yeah.
That's why she was even remotely interested in Kent and Dinosaur Adventureland.
Yeah, it was sad what happened to her and stuff on that stuff. She's on Facebook a lot.
Yeah, I imagine she is. So the older generation tends to be on Facebook if they're going to be on any social media sites. They're a lot slower to embrace all the new stuff that's popped up in the last 8 years.
Yeah. Kent, he did. Do you know that he did lost his main channel before?
Yeah, I know that. I was making videos about it.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Well, he literally admitted to buying subscribers for his channel, which is against YouTube's terms of service.
Yeah.
So yeah, he kind of got what he deserved on that, and then he tried to go around that ban by continuing to post to another channel. But apparently nobody has reported his new YouTube channel for that, because technically he's still evading those previous bans by doing that.
I heard
he would be much better off just, using Odyssey and Rumble and other alt tech video sites going forward, because he's not evading a ban if he uses those.
Yeah. I think he did get a new strike on his channel before.
On the current one, the Genesis Baptist Church channel?
Yeah, I think so. He couldn't post on there for a while. Yeah. It's crazy. And he said reason why he tried to apologize and make amends with Mark. He said a lot of people won't go to his place. I heard Kent said that.
Well, that's kind of Kent's own fault, but yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, and he said Paul says Kent. He kind of like half-hearted apologize about Mark. He said he got kicked out, but not for being crazy.
Right.
Oh, not much of an apology, he said. Mark said.
Yeah. Well, that's a small step in the right direction, though, because what he said about Mark being crazy and that he was dishonorably discharged, that was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Especially when he kept saying it after Mark on 3 different occasions showed his discharge papers on screen, and you can clearly see it said that he was honorably discharged.
Yeah.
So it's about time Kent walked that one back, but Kent's a very prideful man who has a hard time repenting of his sins. So if he does end up apologizing for all the wrong he's done to all these people, it's going to take him a while to get around to it.
Mark tried to get him to apologize to Cindy, I think. But didn't work, I guess.
Kind of got to lift that restraining order first, but...
Oh, yeah. That's why.
Yeah.
Forgot. Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy what happened these days. First, the PG guys made up with Chuck and them, and then next week they end up falling apart again and start fighting again. It was crazy. Is that crazy? And that guy, Achilles, he's funny. What he said before was funny. I think I understand what he really meant, but he said that we don't have an imagination like Aces do, believing in monkeys.
Wait, I thought imagination wasn't supposed to be part of the equation.
Yeah.
When it comes to evolution in billions of years, I thought it was all cold hard science, no imagination required.
Achilles was saying that he's a younger creationist, but one thing is he believes that and believes in the flat Earth stuff.
Well, there is some overlap between the flat Earth community and the young Earth creationist community. I've seen it for years, so it's not that surprising. It's just that flat Earth is wrong. So mainly because flat Earth theory requires you to. Oh yeah, I see you missing, Mod. You can come on. I'll be here for a bit more. I wouldn't mind talking to you on the air. But anyway, so yeah, flat Earth theory doesn't just teach that the Earth is flat, but it also teaches that outer space doesn't exist, that the universe doesn't really exist, which is biblically wrong because God talks about the universe and how big it is and how basically it's the only thing you can compare to God in terms of how big and majestic he is. So
wow, yeah, I heard this one guy said I forgot Andrew Tate. He's a flat earther. He said space isn't real.
Yeah, but Brandon and what's his name, Mr. Tate. He also is a Muslim. So
yeah, he became a Muslim. Oh, have you ever heard of David Wood?
Of course, I actually started following him back in 2014 when his original channel was at like 40,000, 45,000 subs or something like that. And I actually I followed him for years on that channel, and I watched him go from being, a moderately popular Christian content creator to becoming a really ridiculously popular one. I think he was around like 700,000 subs when his original channel got turned over to that one chick.
Wow. Yeah, he did.
Which was funny because he used to say back in the day that you will never get popular on YouTube doing Christian apologetics, and yet that's exactly what he did.
Yeah. He also seen he also does this one video with his friend as Mohammed called
Muhammad's Boom Boom Room. I love those videos. They're awesome.
He also did a video about Andrew Tate on there.
Yeah, I know. I think I saw that one too. That's on like his newer channels though.
Yeah. That's an awesome show. It's like Three Stooges as Mohammed, I guess.
I also saw the series they did where they were what do they call it? Islamicize Me. That's what it was called.
Yeah.
It was basically a spoof of the Super Size Me McDonald's series where
Yeah.
instead of living on McDonald's for a month, they decided to go with the teachings of Islam for a month. And that just led to some crazy, hilarious stuff. But it was also based on a true story, if you remember the ending.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember that been a while.
Yeah.
It was
Here comes Missing Mod. She's coming to the room. Yeah, interesting how you're using Restream.io. I've dabbled with that in the past, but StreamYards is just easier for me to run.
I got it from Miss Mod.
StreamYard, though, is good because Rumble has an API key that you can use to create a Rumble destination on your StreamYard destination list. And the advantage of doing that is that when you stream on StreamYard, you can now see Rumble comments appear in the comments box, and you can actually show them on screen like you can like YouTube comments.
Oh,
which is great. It's not perfect though, because if someone puts like emojis of any kind, they'll show up as text on a screen instead of the actual emojis. But that's something I'm sure they'll fix over time.
Yeah.
And you also can't post comments to Rumble from there like you can with YouTube, but at least you can, show off people's Rumble comments that way. Hey, Missing Mod.
Are you there? Miss Mod?
I think she's away from the mic.
Oh.
No, I had to switch it. Sorry. I always switch it for some reason. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good, actually.
That's good. Do you know what happened to? Do you hear about what happened to Fire Charles' channel? He wiped it all.
I did. I went over there and looked. I was kind of surprised by that, actually. So that sucks. Has anybody talked to him?
Yeah, he said he decided to make room for new content, I guess.
Yeah, which is nonsense, like Mark was saying, because there's no size limit. There's no limit to how many videos you can upload to your YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think he might have did because what you said. It sounds like.
Yeah,
about what I said?
No, what earlier in the stream, I don't know if you were listening to this part, but I was talking about how I learned that there's different ways that YouTube censors you. It's not just about the content that you post. Basically, the way the algorithm works is that if you have a bunch of old videos from years ago, that can actually weigh you down in the YouTube algorithm. So sometimes people go back and they clear out their older videos so that all their new stuff circulates in the algorithm better. And then also that some people, like my friend Tom, have switched to Linux, had to stop watching other Christians and conservatives on YouTube and only watch neutral stuff for a long time. And after a while, the YouTube algorithm started picking up the videos and dispersing them more, and his channel started growing again after he stopped watching other people of like mind. So YouTube doesn't just censor you based on your content that you have. They actually censor you, apparently, based on who you choose to watch.
Wow.
So if you watch the wrong people, Missing Mod, you could get suppressed in the YouTube algorithm.
Well, I watch all the wrong people.
Yeah, so yeah, that's another good reason why streaming to Rumble and making Rumble my more long-term investment is going to pay off, because Rumble doesn't do any of that stuff at all at the moment. So, and I'm reaching quite a few people on Rumble at this point. Some of my videos get a lot more views on Rumble than they do on YouTube. Like the ACLU video I recently did, talking about how they are trying to push back against that West Virginia bill that would allow creationism and intelligent design to be taught in schools. The YouTube version of that video currently has 41 views after a month. The Rumble version of that video is actually approaching 1,000 views.
Wow.
It's currently sitting at 935 views at this moment. And then, let's see, I had an Elon Musk video from like 6 months ago that has like 100 some views on YouTube. The Rumble version of that video has over 4,000 views. And then there's other videos I've done where the views are way higher on the Rumble version than on the YouTube version. So yeah, so Rumble is not perfect, but it's a really good place to reach people if you tend to talk about things that YouTube punishes you for.
Yeah.
You ever been on TikTok?
I tried years ago, but it was no fun for me. It was stupid.
I get really good views over there, but they're
Well, you're
their
a
system's
beautiful
weird, too.
woman, so that makes a difference.
Well, I'm not on camera or anything over there. It's just like pictures or videos of me taking my dog for a walk. It's like sunrise and you know, stuff that I put in my shorts too on YouTube. They get tons of views.
Well, that is TikTok is controlled by China though, and they probably know you're a beautiful woman, so they boost you in the algo.
Yeah, she's an angel lady.
Angel lady, sure. Well, what was that picture Mark was showing earlier in the stream where he had a prompt to an AI image generator to draw a missing mod and was like this really pretty rainbow glittery picture of a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he used my actual name though, not my
okay.
mod.
Well, apparently the AI thinks you're pretty, so there you go.
Yeah. Thank you, AI.
Yeah. Yeah. When have you ever been to Ken Ham's arc?
No.
Well, I keep on hearing Achilles and them say they believe the Earth is gonna end soon. What do you think?
Not yet. There's certain things that need to happen first, according to the Bible.
Yeah, what do you think, Mr. Mudd?
I don't think it'll be anytime soon. I mean, yeah.
But there's definitely a concentrated push by the globalists to basically restructure life on Earth in terms of regulating it by the year 2030. And when you combine that with the fact that the UFO cult religion of realism teaches that the aliens who made the universe and Earth and seeded life on our planet are going to come back in 2035, and we need to have the planet ready for them by then. Well, it does make things a lot more interesting when you see what's going on in the world. It's almost like 2030 is a really important year for what the globalists want to do, and it actually kind of makes sense in light of the realism religion, because you could have some alien show up in the year 2035 and proclaim itself to be, you know, the God of the Bible, and you know, it basically just takes over the prison planet system that's in place by then. So yeah, it could happen that way. It could also happen way later on in history, who knows, but there's definitely an interesting push for 2030 by the globalists, so that makes me curious and keeping my eye on that.
The 30s is back.
I think they just keep trying the same thing over and over and over again. That's why there's like a pattern, you know, and then one day it'll just work, you know, when everybody forgets and the Bible is a thing of the past. Well, not a thing of the past, because that'll never happen, but you know, there'll be more non-believers or people that don't like the idea, you know.
Yeah, and by that time people will be used to getting chipped and tracked like they're trying to do to us now.
Yeah, like they did the car. Like I don't know. You know, I just think that they're trying. They're headed towards a goal, and people are just looking out. That's it. I mean, I'm not scared about it or anything. I don't even think about it like that. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think about it like that either. I just pretty sure I know how it's going to go because of the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Plus, the technology to do a lot of that stuff already exists, so now it's just a question of other things happening first. Primarily, they have to get control of all of our money and take away our guns. Those are the two primary ones. Because as it stands right now, we can vote with our dollars and we can defend ourselves with our guns, especially if you're in a country like the United States of America.
I agree there.
Say
Say ah.
Yeah, do you think, did you ever talk to Big Bad Mama before?
I haven't, no.
I mean, you
Yes,
TTR?
No, you asked me that earlier, and
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
It's okay.
Oh yeah,
Thanks.
I already said in this discussion that only way to disprove evolution is with creationism.
It's diametrically opposed to evolution, so yeah, that is the best way.
He said it takes something supernatural like that.
You got to check out my show from my last live stream when Mark Reed and Big Bad Mama and Aiden were talking about evolution, and because I went back and re-listened to it, I didn't understand it while it was happening, but yeah, they
He said that on her show, right? Big.
Yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on there.
Yeah, is that crazy? Have you talked to Mark Reed before?
Mark Reed came on to one of Brett's shows a while ago that I was in, and we had an interaction before, and he actually made a video about me on his channel, but I haven't watched it yet.
Uh-huh.
At some point, I should get around to that.
He debated Mark Stoney on here before. Over.
I gotta look that up. I want to see that.
Yeah, Mark Reed, from my memory of when he was on a stream with me and Brett, he was very uncomfortable when discussing abiogenesis. Claiming that we didn't understand it properly, even though we were literally reading off of the Wikipedia page about it, and basically you could see him struggling to come up with an explanation that acknowledged what the Wikipedia page said while somehow simultaneously proving I don't understand it. It was very interesting watching him squirm like that.
Oh, remember you talked about on there that they changed it on Wikipedia later on?
Oh yeah, they did change the Wikipedia page after I started making videos about it. Because they took out the word evolutionary from it, so now it just says that abiogenesis is a process, whereas before I started making videos harping on it, it said that abiogenesis was an evolutionary process, which means that it is part of evolution. Of course, you go to the Wikipedia page for evolution, and it does list abiogenesis as being part of its history. So they still haven't fixed that yet, as far as I know. But no, abiogenesis is part of evolution. The evolutionists and atheists don't like it, and they don't like having to defend it, and so they're willing to resort to revising Wikipedia to hide that fact after we expose the fact that they, that's what the Wikipedia entry said. Of course, the problem with that is I still have all my videos across a bunch of different video sites, including my own, documenting that the Wikipedia page at one point did indeed say that because I showed it on screen. So getting the Wikipedia page changed at this point to hide that, it's kind of stupid.
Yeah. You could always change it, stuff on there.
Yeah, it's an open source encyclopedia, basically. And that was actually one of the reasons why, growing up in school, they told us never to use Wikipedia as a source of information in a paper or anything, which made it more hilarious a few years ago when the legacy media was talking about how we needed to not do our own research into scientific topics because we're too stupid to understand them, and that we should literally just believe whatever Wikipedia says on those topics. And I also found it funny when YouTube started using Wikipedia articles to put on videos that communicated misinformation, treating Wikipedia as an authoritative source of info, when everyone in academia my whole life that I was in there told me, no, it's not. And now it's treated as if it is authoritative, even though it's still an open source website that anyone can change or people can moderate at any given time.
Yeah. I heard, I remember hearing about stuff like that. I heard even guys like, you ever heard something Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, I did a video about his views on the trans people not that long ago.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy. Well, back in the day, Brad did a video about him where he was calling out Wikipedia for misrepresenting what he believes, I guess.
Yeah.
He was angry at him. They keep on
changing.
changing.
Because they kept claiming he was an atheist, and then he came out and said no, he wasn't, and he asked the page to be changed, and then they changed it for like a week or a month, and then they changed it back to saying that he was an atheist.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it on Brett's show a long time ago. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I wonder why they keep on doing that to him.
Because they're desperate to have popular people be part of their ranks.
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the things that Brett talked about back in his early years on YouTube, where he found a video where this guy was quoting allegedly all of these famous celebrities and scientists and whatnot, and how they were all atheists. And so Brett's like, you know what? I'm going to do a better version of that video. So he did research into all those people, and he found that all but one of them were not actually atheists and had explicitly said so. And many of them said they actually did believe in God. And that was one of the things that was part of his deconversion from atheism, was figuring that out. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I remember that video. It's been a while since I saw that. Yeah,
I don't know if that video is still up on YouTube or not, though.
I'm not sure. I know. I think it might be on his Odyssey, definitely on there.
Well, I'm talking about the original video he was talking about, like that old video from
Oh yeah,
20 years ago or whatever it was.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah, it was crazy. He said the only ones who are actually aces are Penn and Teller.
Yeah, Penn and Teller. Yeah. So, Missing Mod, why did you delete a bunch of your older YouTube videos? I was curious about that.
Which ones? The Mark ones?
Yeah, all the Mark related ones. All the Kent ones.
Well, I just didn't. I don't want to deal with the drama. And when Mark, had his change of heart and he privated all his videos. I was just like, I'll just delete them. Doesn't matter to me. I got the point across because I wasn't really trying to get views or anything like that off of them. I was just trying to reach them, the people that are involved, but were involved or whatever are involved still, I guess. But yeah, I didn't feel anything, so I'm good.
So what have you been up to lately then with your content? Because I haven't followed too closely in a while.
I've been making music videos, just like like copyright free stuff that I find. Because I have a system in my truck, so I listen to a lot of bass music and bass test music, and so I just been taking videos and making my own videos to go with them, and they've actually been really getting a lot of views. I'm very surprised.
That's cool.
And she had sometimes have people on there like Mark Reed was on there with a discussion with Aiden and Big Bad Mama. They got a bit argument, I guess, over how if they could disprove evolution. They said if they find skeleton in the wrong place, it'll disprove it. But Big Bad Mama disagreed, and it was a bit crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Yeah, Big Bad Mama's the only way to disprove evolution is with creationism, something supernatural.
Well, the creationism used to be what was considered the truth about origins back in the day. If you looked at like the first Encyclopedia Britannicas that came out in the late maybe it's the late 1700s. Yeah, it was the late 1700s. They would tell you that the Earth was, like about roughly 6,000 years old because, at the time it was. And they would tell you that the geologic formations you saw on the Earth were a result of the flood of Noah. Like young Earth creationism used to be the origin story that was taught in the Encyclopedia Britannica back in the day. It was only when evolution and billions of years, it's when billions of years and then evolution and then Big Bang cosmology later on came into being that people, threw young Earth creationism out the window as an explanation of origins, even though it used to be considered the official narrative about origins back in the day. Because back then, people had a lot more respect for the Bible and what it said.
Oh, yeah. I remember what Ken always said it was the lawyer guy who tried. What's a lawyer? I forgot. Some guy who tried to say he wanted to free the science from Moses?
Yeah. Let me think. Charles Lyell. No, it was James Hutton, and then Charles. Charles Lyell is the one who, in a private correspondence with someone, said that he wanted to free the sciences from Moses, even though at the time they were publicly expressing, support of the Mosaic sciences, as they would call it. So yeah, behind the scenes, they were really trying to undermine what the Bible said. That was literally the whole point of the concept of deep time, and then evolution was attached to that. And then Big Bang cosmology came along much later and was attached to that as well. Yeah, it's a pretty sickening thing.
I know. When you said deconvert from atheism earlier, I'm like, deconvert? Like, how do you deconvert from
atheism? Atheism is a worldview. It is a religion. It meets all the check boxes for it. As a matter of fact,
I agree. I agree, but it's just funny you put it that way.
Well, and even our court system legally recognized atheism as a religion in order for atheist groups to be allowed to meet up in prisons.
That's true. And the Satanic Temple is supposedly an atheist thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends who you ask. The Satanist that they were looking at earlier in the stream would say otherwise.
No.
He's not, but these other guys, it's like Aaron Ross part of, I think they might be atheistic, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that guy didn't even know what the ninth circle was and what you had to do to get in there.
Yeah, I think I have no idea. I know Aaron Ross part of them. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
We think that too.
Yep. No big surprise there.
Yeah, I seen
Bubblegum.
Oh, go ahead.
Bubblegum Gun said that Mark Reed admitted to him or in a chat or something that he was too, but I asked him, he didn't answer me, so which just doesn't matter. I mean, but that would be interesting anyway.
Yeah, that's crazy. Do you?
I like Mark though. He really impressed me the other day when he came on and talking about like the evidence, and if it goes against if it goes against what you believe, you should still follow it. And I just really appreciated him saying that because that's true. You should, no matter what, if it hurts your butt or not. Of
course, we'll see if Mark Reed actually practices what he preaches when that time comes.
Yeah,
well, if you go watch that stream, he was in the stream the way he was talking. I mean.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who say that, but they don't really mean it when push comes to shove. So you just got to kind of evaluate things over time.
Yeah, he was even talking about evolution. So if science proved evolution wrong, go with the evidence, I guess, he said.
Yeah.
Of course, the academic powers that be feel differently. They would tell you that even if all the evidence points towards intelligent design, that it would not be allowed to be considered a scientific conclusion because it wasn't a naturalistic explanation of origins. So, yeah, it is that bad in that group where it literally does not matter what the evidence is. They're going to take evolution and billions of years, no matter how counterintuitive and against reality it is, because they jolly well don't want a creator God in their lives in any way. Even if it's just in an academic, intellectual sense. Yeah. They're very zealous for their faith. Atheists and evolutionists are.
We think Mr. Mod.
I guess so. I don't really know.
That's just what I've observed over time as I deal with atheists and evolutionists talking about the creation evolution debate that we have. Is they generally behave that way. I still remember the Sir Sick guy that's now popular on YouTube. He had a video where he's responding to one of my videos I did on Professor Stick a long time ago. And he said that even though I was right, well, let me rephrase that. I had talked about in this Professor Stick video how, we observe everything in reality to be designed, therefore it must be designed. And he admitted I was right initially before proceeding to say that I was wrong because poor design proves that there is no designer behind it. which I tore apart in a video response to that really easily. It's like, man, these computers that we're using, the video game consoles in my bedroom, we have all kinds of things that are designed that some of them are poorly designed, and we criticize the design, but we never would in a million years say that they weren't designed simply because they were poorly designed. We would just criticize the designer or ask for a refund or something. Like when it comes to that line of reasoning, we would never accept that line of reasoning when applied to anything else on the planet that is clearly designed. It's only when we talk about origins and the Bible that suddenly that line of reasoning becomes acceptable.
I got a question.
Yeah.
You said I just heard. Well, I don't know if it was just heard, but a long time ago, I heard you say something about the vigilant Christian.
Oh yeah.
Do you know whatever happened to him?
Well, last time I checked, he left the internet and had not come back in like the year or so after I checked on that. But basically, he couldn't do his grift anymore. He was being exposed by people like Gary828 and myself, and
Brett.
He couldn't scam Christians anymore out of money to fuel his drug and alcohol and women addictions. So he decided to leave the internet right before Gary828 dropped a huge expose showing that his entire rehab narrative from a few years back was a lie.
What about a call for an uprising? I mean, that guy's a terrorist.
I don't know much about call for an uprising, to be honest. I know he was part of the crowd exposing Gary years ago, but he was doing that long before Gary828 and myself got involved. And it was about different things.
He's a comedian who is manic, and he has like these episodes where he like will just all of a sudden go into like a I don't remember what kind of church he said it was, but he literally went in and had this whole congregation believing he was the return of Christ. I'm just like, how in the world? And then he said that he'll basically he ends up in jail every time, but if he doesn't take his medicine, he like flips out and will just strip his clothes off and hide in the neighbor's house and stuff. I mean, some crazy stories. Let me look him up and see what his name was. I can't remember. Oh wait, it's he used to work for RT News too. He was on there as a host, as a comedian host.
Huh.
Let me see. I cannot remember. Crap, I have a video about it. I think it's on my Rumble, actually. I was just looking at it. Oh, I just deleted it.
Oh. Is that on your computer somewhere that you can re-upload it?
Yeah. Let me see. I'm going to see now. Man, what is his name? It's, he's not funny either, I don't think. I'll think of it in a minute. Let's just continue, and I'll think of it in a minute.
Oh yeah, okay. Brad also did a video about that guy. That one Christian, the Vigilant Christian.
Vigilant Christian, yeah.
Oh, and no one else. You ever heard this guy? His original name was Armored Christian.
I don't recall that YouTuber. No.
That guy now his name is Lucifer. Now it's weird. This guy. He said he believed that there's no heck, just heaven, and everyone's saved. And he even said that God told him that he's the new Jesus. Remember that?
Yeah, that definitely ain't true.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think I told you about it before. The only video I could find of it was Armor Skeptic doing a response video to him.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, that guy, he's still around. He's crazy. Now I think he thinks he's the devil. It's weird.
Yep, weird stuff like that happens sometimes.
Do you think he might be mentally ill or something? Because that doesn't sound healthy, you think?
No, it's not.
Well, do you think he's just a troll?
Who knows at this point?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Oh, there he is. John F. O'Donnell. That's his name. You got to look him up and listen to him. You'll see what I'm saying. It's him.
That's the guy behind Call for an Uprising?
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
John F. O'Donnell.
Is he related to Rosie O'Donnell?
I don't know. Possibility. Yeah, you should do a video on him, TTOR. Because mine didn't take off. Nobody really cared about it. Probably because they didn't know who he was or something.
You said he was on RT?
Yeah, he was on RT News, and it was Redacted Tonight is what it's called. It's still going, but there's a different guy on there now.
Call for an uprising.
Do you call for one, TTOR?
No, I'm just looking up to see if he's really the guy.
Yeah, look up a video of the guy. You'll see what I'm saying.
A call for an uprising.
I can't believe how many people will follow that guy. A crazy person.
Huh.
I mean, he's not necessarily crazy, but. And then Russian Vids. I think I figured out who Russian Vids is too.
Yeah.
He's a Muslim guy, who has a YouTube channel called The Dean Show.
Yeah.
And yeah,
he
sounds a lot like him now.
I've heard of
The
Dean Show. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because David Wood and Sam Shamoon years ago did a response series to a segment of that show where some guy named Yusha Evans came onto the Dean Show and he gave 10 reasons why Jesus was not God. And so David Wood and Sam Shamoon did a series of videos responding to the 10 claims and easily debunked them all. And then they followed that up by doing a series of shows where they gave 50 reasons why Muhammad was not a prophet. Great stuff. That's the stuff that got me onto following David Wood in the first place, was those shows. I really loved them.
Muhammad got mole on his back. Remember that? It was from one of the videos. He said he got a mole on his back.
That's right. Got a mole on his back, baby. Wow.
See, I found him from him. I found the Dean guy from him going on Owen Benjamin, and I'm like, what, the Owen Benjamin, he used to do his live streams on YouTube.
Yeah.
He went on there and talked to him, and I'm like, that sounds just like Russian Vid. So I started looking into it, and I'm like, makes sense to me.
Russian?
I don't know, but I don't know that one for sure, but it's a good thing to look into anyway.
Yeah.
Because them guys are terrorists. That's who is pushing all this. Government's trying to kill us, and all these evil things. I mean, the government can't come out and defend itself. It's a system, right? So it's not going to come out and straighten out the lies. So,
well, there are evil politicians that definitely do want to kill us at some point.
Well, of course, but there's just always going to be that hero. There's always going to be some guy that's mixed in there that is jealous or, wants to do the right thing and tell someone that they heard something or there's something going on. I mean, it's just too massive. There's too many people involved, too many people there's always a good person in there somewhere or a snitch,
Yeah.
What do you want to link for, Romans? For the Dean Show or whatever. I don't know. He's asking for a link.
Is he asking for the link to get in here?
Is he?
I don't know.
Here's the link to my show.
Hold on. He wants to check out links to the stuff we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was thinking too.
Okay. Well, I just saw something that I'd never thought I'd see.
What?
Google search, the second result for Jeff O'Donnell from RT being a call for an uprising is a BitChute video. A BitChute video. That's rare. Normally, Google sanitizes their algorithms so that you only get YouTube videos, if you get any videos at all.
Wow.
It's pretty rare.
Yeah. They're all messed up. Oh, what else?
If you want to learn some stuff about this John F. O'Donnell, he did an interview with oh man, who is it? I can't remember the guy's name, but it's something in the girl. John and the Girl or something. Anyway, he did an interview where he talks about like his manic episodes. Oh my goodness, it is so interesting. I mean, I've watched it a couple of times.
Hmm.
Oh. Do you? Oh, you ever heard of this guy named Dan Polsey? He came on Mrs. Mod channel before, talked about the what was that place called? Mrs. Mod?
Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear
Well,
that.
Dan Polsey.
Yeah, he came on.
He had-
He's just a guy out in the YouTube comments, you know. He's really smart though.
Yeah, he talked about that one stuff. T2R. Have you ever talked to? Oh, you ever did a video about Big Bad Mama?
No.
Yeah,
I've seen a few of their videos, but I've never made one about them.
Yeah.
Keith and the Girl. That's what it's called. Good interview. Very good. I'll share that link. And if you listen to it, you'll be able to tell it's him. You'll know right away. I mean, it's very obvious. And then he's kind of like, you know, you'll be able to tell. They got the same beliefs and stuff, but he's yeah, interesting character for sure.
Do you play Xbox, the new one, T2R?
No. The most current console I have is the Xbox One. Like the one that first came out back in like 2014. Everything else I play that's current is on my PC.
I have a friend who knows how to fix computers.
Cool.
And Mark, he even tried to build an AI machine. But it scared him, so he stopped. It's that stuff that scared him, so he stopped making it.
Right.
Where did you get AI machines?
Oh, Gab AI has a bunch of different chatbots that you can talk to that mimic different people in modern times and in history. So, like, you can talk to Donald Trump, you can talk to Joe Biden, Ron DeSantis, you can talk to people of history like Hitler, Stalin, Mao, or early church fathers, or you can talk to like generic chatbots that represent like conspiracy theorists or Christian scholar or whatever. And then there's like the default chatbot that closely mimics ChatGPT. It's a very interesting setup that they have. But then again, Gab has a history of making really cool websites and other things like that, only to scrap them a couple years later. So I don't know how long this chatbot thing's going to last for them. Because they used to have a YouTube alternative called Gab TV that they were really marketing up and portraying like it's going to be the YouTube killer of the future. And they recently shut it down entirely. It's no longer exists. But like when you first got on that site a couple of years ago, you could get like crap tons of views and you could get up a lot of subscribers pretty quickly. I know I was on there for like a brief period of time and I got up to about 255 subs and I had some videos that were getting thousands of views there back when it was new and everyone was joining it.
Oh, that's nice.
But it wasn't a very good site overall, other than the fact that it had HD video upload capacity. My quarter site is better than Gab TV ever was in terms of features and functionality and user interface. Of course, it would have been easier if they had just used something like A Video instead of trying to build their own thing from scratch, because A Video, which is what I use for quarter, has everything built into it, and the team that made the script is always making updates and fixes, so they wouldn't even need to hire IT people to maintain that. And yet that never occurred to people like them.
Did you ever build your own AI machine?
No. I don't have to know how to do that, nor would I want to.
What if you make it TTOR?
Oh, God. That would be horrifying. Let's see. Hold on, something's happening here.
Oh no.
I'm still working on some quarter stuff while I talk.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting close to done with backing up all of Brett's content to quarter.
Oh, that's good.
Man, you know what you should try to get the debate between Aiden and Kent from Brett, if he still has it.
It's probably somewhere on his Odyssey channels.
Oh, can I have it?
Yeah, if you find it, please let us know. We've been really wanting that. But nobody wants to ask Brett because we already know he's going to be like, hell no, I ain't giving you nothing for Aiden.
How long ago was it that this happened?
Ooh.
This is back when all the drama was going on, like, and things were really.
So this would be like 2022 kind of stuff.
I don't. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so.
Let me go looking through Brett's Odyssey channel right now. Let's see. And that's one channel. Maybe it's on his other one. Let's see. Let's see. I'm not seeing it yet. Let's see. Missing Child. Sandra Hovind one. Was Aiden's name in the title of the stream?
I think so.
It could have been, yeah, because I think it was like an official debate. I think it's been so long.
Let's see. Not seeing anything right now.
Oh, have you ever talked to Adam Lore?
Yeah, I have. I did some coordination with him when we were discussing the whole Chris Jones thing.
He became a theist, I heard.
Yep, that's what I heard too.
Yeah, I was there. I saw it right on the shots that Father Charles helped turn him theist.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on his Odyssey channels. Let me see. There's his debate with Adam Lore.
Best part about that debate happened behind the scenes.
Let's see. What else we got here?
You know what Adam Lore said behind the scenes on that show?
What?
It was crazy. Brett was talking about it. He said that he ended up getting an argument with him or something, I guess. That Adam Lore, what he said about can't call him an old gay guy. Because he had Matt Powell up there, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
It was crazy.
Sounds like
Remember that, Miss Amon?
Okay. Shit.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I was texting Aiden.
It was behind the scenes of the Adam versus Kent debate. Brett talked about it. It was.
I don't remember what he said. I didn't hear that, but I think I've heard you talk about it a couple of times. Well, guys, I'm going to jump off here so I can finish what I'm doing too. But it was nice talking to you, Justin. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it too. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, right.
And I'm probably going to jump off to Gangster Ghost. I got other things to do as well, including making my own videos.
Thank you for coming on. And can I talk to you a little bit after the show?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.